Good morning. Just a pre-market warm-up as we get ready for the day. Main show starts at 9:30. All right. Good morning. So, just going to start the mic a little earlier now that everything's all set up. All right. I'm just going to make a shameless plug for my coffee, my tip jar, if you will. I just got the email for last month's donations, and it was $54 US, and I was like, "Whoa!" So that was unexpected. I didn't even realize there was that many people that donated last month. So a big thank you to all of you, whoever you may be, because I obviously did not expect that. Because I know a month or 2 months ago, there were some generous folks, but I did not realize there was any generous folks last month. So very nice and very appreciated. There's no obligation. I'm starting up my community stuff in Ottawa again. So all of that money goes towards, well, this stream, but it goes towards civic technology, bettering society through technology, and giving a giant middle finger to municipal, or for the people in the UK, council, government. They're so stupid. So stupid. But anyways, yeah, so shameless plug since I got the email this morning, start of a new month. And yeah, pretty impressive. Was not expecting that. That was a good treat. But yeah, a recurring monthly donation of something tiny that you'll forget about is perfect. Because then it just adds up as more people over time and generates AMC dollars. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're all out of generosity. I know. You guys were clamoring for super chat, and now it's like everyone's just drifting away. It's all good. This is how stocks go. They go up, they go down. It's all good. And I appreciate those that have stuck through the thick and thin, because you'll learn as I'm saying. It's not all going to be awesome. It's going to go up, it's going to go down. You'll win a lot, you'll lose a lot, and you'll come out hopefully, for better. Generally, you do. I mean, unless you're a complete idiot, you generally don't come out worse for wear. Oh, did my money transfer over? Yes, it did. Oh, yeah. Sweet. I now got $5,455 to play with. All right. Although it's a Friday, so, but maybe I'll sink it into, I'll sink it into another stock or something if AMC is just poop. We'll see. All right. So the market's going to open in, let's undock a copy of this. It's going to open in 4 minutes. So I'm just going to go take a look at the option chain because I'm going to probably do a covered call just for some extra money. Because if it's going to be an all-day down day, then I'll just do a quick covered call and because I'll hold all day. No point in selling. Yeah. But anyways, so I'll leave you guys to getting to know each other, and I will just take a look at this. All right, the party's about to start. Godspeed, Mooncat. Godspeed. There, that way it won't interfere too much. And it's a much more readable. Okay, let's wipe this. Get down to the 1 minutes. Okay, we are somewhere in a hole. Here we are. Yeah. Oh, so we were talking about yesterday with the credit swaps, and someone actually posted to Facebook some of the hell were they called? They're not. Oh, Jesus. They're not warrants. No. Well, anyways, they're credit swaps indirectly. But anyway, someone posted to it, and the numbers line up. Yeah, the bonds, right. The numbers actually line up pretty good to the volume that we were seeing yesterday. So that's likely what, there's likely a correlation. I don't know too much about that sort of stuff. Like I understand the process, but I don't understand how it's applicable, how it affects the market, when you don't use it, right? I understand the idea of it. So I haven't looked too much into it, but that may have been what was going on. I don't know how that would create a sell. You would think there would be a buy where they'd have to hold, or maybe it counts as a sell because, I don't know, they're bleeding off a position. I don't know how it correlates. There's probably some good Reddit DD on that, but something to look into if you're bored today. Because I just was quickly looking over the numbers and I'm like, 2 million, 1 million, 65,000. And I'm like, wait a second. Those numbers look pretty familiar. So, convertible bonds. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah. Because a warrant is essentially a convertible bond, but it's in the form of like an option. You have the option, but not the obligation to turn that into stock at any given point. So it's basically like stock on paper or an option, basically, without a time limit. Some warrants are, I think, automatically converted, and a convertible bond pays like a bond, but I think you can convert it into share equivalency at certain points. If I remember my financial derivatives, because I guess that would be one. So, anyways, something to look into. Yeah, I was just perusing Facebook last night, and I was like, oh, that's intriguing. Normally it's a sea of garbage, but that was intriguing. Actually, I can post the link to it here. Facebook. Oh, the AMC Shareholder Association has 120 members, and probably 90% of that is bots. Holy crap, does Facebook ever get spammed by bots? Where the hell's the link to button? There we go. So this is what I was talking about here. All right. So far, not so bad. We opened low. The markets are meh, but green at least. Volume is relatively stable, minus that little burst right there on the red. At least whatever problems TradingView was having yesterday seems to be ironed out. It was having quite the stroke yesterday, updating once every 5 to 10 seconds. Adds back. What a weird choice of terms. So it gained 850, but then why would the unemployment rate tick up? So adds back as in removed. Yeah, that's a weird follow-up sentence. Shouldn't it be ticked down? We just added 20,000 new jobs. Oh, maybe it added the jobs, but that's payrolls. So that means people have taken those jobs. That's a weird sentence there, doctor. I'm trying to make heads or tails of it. Yeah. All right. Taken. Oh, probably many of those jobs. It's a great correction upon us. Probably not, judging by the volume. Volume is pretty low. We're at 6. Yeah. Yeah. Even though we're teetering down, I mean, aside from this, all of this is fine. The only part that kind of sucked was here. So we kind of went straight, and then something kind of happened here, and then we leveled, and then we dropped, and then we recovered and we leveled. But this part here can be ignored because that's just end of day. But, you know, we were getting pounded all day by those, I guess, convertible bonds, let's say, is the problem. And so we finally broke after noon, literally afternoon. But I could see us, you know, coming back and going back into the pennant. So I don't know if the great abysmal drop is coming. Let's see if we're where we stand in the whole thing. I know we broke the first. We broke that one. We broke this one. Now we're breaking this one. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. It's easy when hindsight's 2020. But yeah, we basically went sideways for too long and the world caught up on us. Okay, I'm going to draw this one tight. So that puts us down there. So right now we're still falling. Let's take these two. And we're just touching abysmal. Yeah, we're at 51. Yesterday it was 49, but 49, 48, 50. Yeah, we're getting close. Well, let's hope we bounce. Get this a little bit more accurate since we're going to rely on it today. Now, again, the bottom is not the most accurate in the world, but you can pretty much guess we're getting close to an unholy drop. But let's hopefully we stave it off. You think it's a wedge? Take a look at that. Yeah, we could draw a wedge if we start with the midpoint. We could easily do a wedge, actually. So the wedge would be here. Yeah. Yeah. Although this should have not stopped here. So if I drag it down here, that's not, and nor is that one. Yeah, so bottoms aren't level. How about there? Good. Not. Doesn't matter. And does that touch? That touches. Or did it go over? It goes over. Yeah, you could maybe argue a wedge. There's a few support lines here, and the combination average could act. I wouldn't say the bottom is a definitive wedge because none of them really line up to it, but I like the idea. If you use just the middle piece, yeah, we could go with that. If that's the case, we should see support. So we should get a bounce. So we'll let the market tell us if this gray line actually is a line. Hesitation. Pullback. Hesitation. Hesitation. Yeah, it's going to be a mile before I find it. Okay. Good enough. We'll just stick with this. So far, so good. Yeah, I agree. If we survive today, then Monday's going to be good. I agree with that. What's our current volume? Where is that? Ah, there it is. 8.1. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to hook up the TV. All right, I'm going to disappear for like 3 minutes. I was gonna set up the TV so I can see the stream because I'm actually using the stream to tell me the volume because everything's so small. We should be okay without my presence. So let's go with this being a continuing trend. Heading into, we'll do some type of and then we'll dip at 10:30. Dow's gone red, so that's going to weigh on us. S&P, NASDAQ are thinking about it, but the Dow's committed to it. So that's going to weigh on us, but this will show us now if there is indeed a support. We know there's actually multiple support lines in here. So actually, I shouldn't say it. There's some support lines like here. There's like 3 of them for all the valleys back there. We're going to stick with this one here. But we should see hesitation on its way down as it interacts with the 3 or so support lines that are like in here. So there, see how it froze up? So we can actually adjust this here. Should retract after it touches. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there, adjusted the line. Be right back. And that's how you figure out where lines are. It's like throwing depth charges and looking for subs. If you hit something, there was a sub. Don't hit something, probably not a sub. All right. Oh, wow. It mangled my screen. Didn't like that. All right. Oh, I guess because I touched the display cable. Wow, I am not capable of bending. Damn my health. It's not that I'm winded, I'm just flooded with hormones that send my heart rate through the roof and thus wind me. Because I was like, wow, I'm so out of shape. And then it's like, no, bending over doesn't make your heart rate go 1,000,000 miles per hour. You're not that out of shape. I look at a cheeseburger and I start sweating. What is it? Grunting intensifies. Holy crap. All right, just give me a second to get my heart rate down. Do, do, do. All right, I just posted to Discord the the new layout. Now I'm just going to quickly pop over the stream so I have a monitor to monitor, hence the original name. Windows. It's good to have monitors surrounding me again. I miss the blue embrace. What is it called? The Caranocal glow? Flow. That's what it was. Yeah. To quote some Enya. Play. Where is display in this so shitty setup? Windows 10. There we go. Okay. Main screen turn on. It's you. Good evening, television. Ah, sweet. Ugh, 720p. Ah, oh, what a downgrade from 4K. Oh, God. I can taste the pixels from like 5 feet away. Oh, well. She'll have to do. Okay. Now let's get this over there. What the hell, Windows? Where do you think that other window is? Yeah, why can't I interact with that other window? Oh, okay. There we go. What the hell? You can't drag one thing to another? That's weird. Used to be able to. Do I have to, maybe it's not extended. Maybe it's treating it as a second monitor. Extend these displays. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, everything I drag to the side of the screen is not showing up on the other screen. The hell? Oh, okay, there we go. Whatever reason I had to hit apply, and now it jarbled my screen, but now it works. Okay, whatever, Windows. It needed to be, I guess, rejogged. Okay, good. Now we're all set up. So this goes over there and full screen. All right, excellent. Now I got OBS on blast. I can see my mic. I can see my voice. I can see the share price tanking. I can cry a little. Excellent. Oh, I love Linux. Can I look at BA? Yeah, sure. Everything's fixed. Everything is fixed. Okay, let's take a look at BA. Do 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 do. Boeing. Wow, Boeing is not sharing the exact same rate thing we're doing. Okay. Boeing's got some serious volume. Okay. Probably based on defense news. Oh, no. Their CFO just retired. Nice. Germany's going to buy a fleet of maritime patrol aircraft for 1.1 bill. Brian West, is he going to be Batman? A fleet is 5? Okay. I guess they're expensive. I would expect a fleet to be, 24, 30. Fleet of aircraft is 5. All right, so what am I supposed to be looking here at Boeing? What would you like to know? Hesitation. I don't think it's done hurting. Yeah, it's bleeding money. Oh, fuck me. That's not what you want to hear, backstop. Okay. Holy jeez, they've been hurting for a while. Okay, so everything was going good in 2019. And then they took an arrow to the knee. And then an additional arrow. So July last year, or sorry, 2 years ago, and they've been slowly hauling the ass out of it. Ooh, look at the volume on them. They got murdered. That is a lot of volume compared to their other volume. Like, nothing even comes remotely close with that on the screen. Jeez. But you can see it's just kind of like, huh? And then something is wrong. Yeah. That's your warning sign. If your stock barely moves for the last, I don't know, 10 years, and all of a sudden goes ape shit, yeah, buckle up. So their last earnings is going to be estimated at better. So they're a recovery play. If you think Boeing can't go under, then yeah. Although it'd probably be better to buy them back there. But you're still looking at, you're still kind of high in the clouds. So you'd have to, what are you looking at? You're looking at a 70% return or possibly 47% decline, 60% decline. You'll have to figure out if you think they're overevaluated because they've been ramping up on good, but you can see their growth, right? It's just been kind of like 60 to 140, 140 to 187. So $40 over 3 years. Meh. and then they drop from 345 down to 83. Now they're back at 235. So do you think they're worth it? Because that puts them back to 2017 prices. So yeah, you'd have to analyze if they made money, lost money. You know, is the business stronger or weaker? I wouldn't be able to call that one real easy. Yeah. That helps. Now, to your statement, backstop, about at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. That's mostly correct, but at the end of the day, the fundamentals win, and the fundamentals are truth. So if you lie to yourself forever, that's cool, but eventually the truth catches up with you. So it does matter in a sense, but you're right. In the short, medium, and possibly, semi long term, that is absolutely correct. It all matters about what the market cares. In the long, long, long term, fundamentals always win. Always. And that matters if it's true or not. Because a lie can only last so long. And then it's like, oh, we're not going out of business. Everything's good. Yeah, you can do that for maybe 2 years. And then Grim Reaper's coming for you, buddy. The stock reaper. What's that, Hurts? Gone. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just to clarifying for those that might be new. But yeah, you're exactly right. In the short term, it only matters about sentiment. That's all that matters. Hopefully we stay off this red line, so I'm not forced to sell before the dip. The Dow looks like it came out of that mild stroke. Vitals are looking okay. Looking good. All right. How's steel doing these days? Just a fucking roller coaster, eh? Yeah. There's a very good example of what hype does, up and down. And that's what I expected with AMC, is just, hype and down. But that down part hasn't happened yet. So we're just hype. And well, we did have the down. We went down to like $30 almost immediately afterwards. But when we leveled out really high. Yeah. But I don't think today's going to be the day we go into nuclear oblivion. Wait for the markets to all take a shitter, and then yeah, but they're zigzagging. So they're even going into a pennant. Man. Which is about to explode. Oh, damn. Yeah, she's tight. Tight like tiger. You're strong like a Russian bear. Yeah, okay, so that's about to break out. There, Cedra's going to get in on these verts. Get a vert in there. Do, 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 do. We're leveling out. Oh, this is so good having this monitor. Sweet. Now I can see the stream, actually. I wonder what... Oh, that's a plus sign. Like, wonder what that was. Do, do, do. You can't really see Mooncat. He's all blurry. Mooncat's an important motivator. Godspeed. That on top? Put that on top so it doesn't get cut off. Actually, do it this way. There we go. Now I can see my stock givings. There. Take this window. Where are you? That one. There we go. Found you. Or as a Dark Lord Sauron would once say, I see you. Perfect. That is almost unreadable on my screen, but I'm sure it's readable on your screen. Is there a full screen interface? There is. Ah, ye. Perfect. Make this a little bit bigger. All right. So sudden burst of volume right here, and all of it is negative. Oh, Jesus. The floodgates are opening. Ooh, 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 ooh. I wasn't even fast enough to react to that. I'm like, well, that's not a good sign. And then, oh, Jesus. I'm going to have to take, what, a $4,000 loss? Fuck me. Okay, if this doesn't pull back immediately, then I recommend selling. Fuck me. Jesus, who dropped 500? Almost 500, yeah, 481,000 shares. Holy Christ, in a tick. That's a fuck ton. A metric fuck ton. Oh, this is not pulling back. Fuck me. I don't want to take a $4,000 loss. I just got $4,000. Ah. Fuck. Come on, pull back. This could just be an early dip, but I have a funny feeling this ain't. Come on, green. What are you going to do? No, no. We're getting a little bit of resistance here. Green might do it. Ooh. Ooh. That was an unfortunate. Oh, gave me the heart palpitations. Green might pull this off. An immediate pushback would have been okay, but they dropped incredibly high volume bombs on us. So it's expected that it'll take a few minutes for us to go, whoa, and then brush it off, right? So the next couple greens will be telling. And they better be green or we're in trouble. Give us some greens. Man. Okay, so we have till here before it breaks down. These needed to be greens to save us. People are probably going to start to panic soon. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Come on. Come on, green. No, you just know volume. You don't know how many different people it is unless you take a look at the level 2 data. Oh, actually, I can do a buy order. How much can I afford? I should be looking this now that I have more money. This should be a buying opportunity. 5455 times divided by. All right, I can put another 111 shares in. Okay, I'm gonna wait till she levels, and I'm gonna take this as the first dip. Okay. All right. Wow, that was a shit breakout. It broke out, fizzled, but it stayed off the line of scrimmage. Nah, I think we're just over fear mongering. The markets aren't that bad. So I think we're going to recover from this. That was just a very heavy drop. I guess as we crossed 50, there was a huge buy-in and a huge sell. But when was that? That was 59.70. A weird place. Sorry, 59? Sorry, 49.70. So that was right. Yeah, as we crossed this line. Yeah. So I just bought in. Hopefully it turns around quite soon. I don't see this being a large route. Not at all. Gonna get rewarded for my diamond hands. I think we're gonna get pulled back to 50. Oh, did I not send in my buy order? Oh, I just forgot to hit refresh. There we go. This is too much. This is what instigated it. Then you run for a little bit, you're leveling out, and the recovery's coming. We can't idle at 57 for over a month and then just randomly decide we're gonna, kaput. Like, yeah. When we crash, it's gonna be like $20 gone in a second. And I mean, this could be it. It could be the start of it, but it shouldn't be showing those sticks. It should be going right off my screen, nonstop volume. And that's not what we're seeing. The volume has jumped about 10 million though. Yikes. That was definitely very dark for a second there. Very dark. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's why you got to have these fucking diamond hands. Either sell early or double down. In this case, I forgot I had money, so I doubled down instead of selling early. But you can see that red line. That's what I was talking about. When we get close to that red line, I didn't expect us to jump towards it. That's usually not the case. But I guess some big fish was like, fuck it. Pulling the plug, sinking this boat. Torpedo the Titanic. Damn. That was pretty intense. Wish the Dow would get some legs. In the green direction. Yeah. Well, if you keep winning, you'll have tons of dry powder. In my case, I had some insurance money come in. So they back paid me and then they paid me for that month. And I think my next one comes in, I think I get paid monthly on the 15th or the 18th. Oh, no, wait. Long-term disability, you get paid weekly. Short-term disability, you get paid bi-weekly or monthly. Yeah, once you go to long-term disability, they can't dick you around as much. Ugh. And I'm definitely dis-pause able for sure. I mean, technically, disability is really in your head, but physical disability is a bitch. You can be as psychologically strong as you want. Your body fucking breaks down on you. Yeah. Anyways, enough lamenting. I just got reminded when I tried to plug in a TV. Yeah. Yeah. Some days I think I'm better, and then it's like, nope. Nope. Nice try. Oh, oops. Smash my TV. There we go. Oh, this is so much better. Now I can see what the hell's going on. I got full access to OBS. All right. Just going to check the overlays here. Oh, it looks like that overlay is missing. Major overlay right here. Why is nothing showing up? Okay, so apparently my bot is set up for the stream, but I don't know. I don't see the bot. Ah, here we go. Nice. Okay, I'm just going to test the noise. Give me 1 second. Because you guys didn't hear anything, right? No noise? There we go. And you'll hear it double because it goes through the microphone. Okay, perfect. And because it's HDMI, it's coming through the TV. This is good. So now I'll be able to use positional audio. Okay, excellent. Yeah, you heard something that time, yeah. Yeah. And there's also a noise that comes from if you donate to the coffee, your name will go up the side of the screen there. There's also, as much as it doesn't matter, there's PayPal tipping, which is a lot crappier, and that will cause a little dollar sign to show up on the screen. Eventually, I'll figure out something nicer, but this is good for now. You are crazy, Augie. In fact, we're all not here. This is all just a matter of you hallucinating. You really should not mix mushrooms, ketamine, and ludes. Not a good idea. Just bad. Let me just test this. Log in. Yeesh. All right. Oh, wow, look at that. In the last 30 days. Guys are great. Oh, someone on the 9th of June. Okay. So maybe this is payment for June. Okay. 11th of June. Yeah, sweet. Oh, and also I set up if you're a subscriber, if you will, on Coffee. Coffee just doesn't take any percentages, which is why I use it. It's very good. You'll get a custom color on Discord. Maybe some secret stuff later. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Well, once we get big, then there'll be a lot more stuff. But if I just keep up my loving personality, we'll stay small, which is good too. But I'm just putting in the groundwork so I don't have to do it all as we grow. do 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 do. Let's see here. God, that song stuck in my head. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Test alert. Let's check this. Excellent. Okay. So that's what you get. That's not bad. Oh, you get to put a message up as well. Oh. Oh, no. No, it just says new donation from name. Okay. Oh, actually, I can add message. Oh, so you can write a message. There, we can have super chat. New donation from whatever, whatever. And then let's try this again. Where's test? Sweet. Okay. It doesn't update with the text. Okay, well, good enough. Sweet. Black is better. Okay. Sweet. Now your messages will show up. I didn't know I could do that. Ooh, actually, I'm going to put the amount up as well. Show off your generosity. You might as well. For being... There we go. Sweet. You can have your eat at Joe's. You can buy your ad space. Go nuts. All right, perfect. Are we launching? We will have hesitation on the red line. Well, I'm glad to help. I'm also glad I bought at the bottom there. I tell you, diamond hands are fucking hard to have. It really is hard to buy the dips, especially in a crazy crash like that. But you got to trust your gut, but verify when you get it wrong, pull the plug. Yeah. Ooh, the name gets a fancy animation. Now we're going to hurt when we touch the line, but we're pushing through it. Look at the volume. So we'll go through. Question is, how high can we get before 10:30? Stress sleep through them, yeah. You black out? Where am I? Don't you operate a motor vehicle? I'm in a ditch. Yeah. But yeah, that was definitely a stressful moment right there. Fucking crazy ass volume. Jesus. Yeah, it was. Where was it? Right here. 481,000. Let's do the math real quick. Hey, that's cool. Is that readable for you guys? That's awesome. We got super chat and YouTube. Apparently YouTube takes like 30% of your super chat. I only lose 2.3% to Stripe, and that is the currency conversion as well. It's great. And what's this overkill? The hell am I looking for? I'm looking for something. Oh, yeah. Well, I was pretty much right behind you, backstop. Right behind you. Let me put up Biden then. Okay, let me click this link. Hopefully it doesn't fuck up my... Oh, I see. You're signed out of YouTube. Okay, I got it. Chat is disabled for this live stream. I wonder why. Tools. It's buggered up the chat window. Okay. YouTube streaming. Let's pop out the chat. Oh, if David Cummings is in the audience, you get to set the message of the day. I'm just occupying it for now until you get here. Okay, Biden. Okay. This is that. That is that. Now let's get Biden up on the mix. Okay, small data, window capture. Oh man, this is so much nicer having this huge TV to run OBS. Like, oh God, I'm working at a 1080p on a 4K 28 inch. It's like 6 inches to 8 inches wide is what I've been working on. It's like I can do it, but oh man, now I'm working on a 32-inch TV, 720p, pixelated as shit, but it's big. This old man, loving it. Okay, where the hell is window capture? Oh, I'll make a new one, I guess. Window capture. Okay. Shrink this down. Shrink, 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 so I can see what's going on. Okay, perfect, good. Don't mind Biden taking up the whole screen. He'll disappear in a second. The stock's just going sideways, nothing to worry about. You're in good hands. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, wow, hit enter. Transform, edit, transform. I need it nice and big so I can see what's going on. Oh no, I haven't sold. I was going to. I was right on the edge, but I would have said if I sold. I was really fucking close because it was just, oh, not good. But if you're not in right now, just wait till it goes over the red line and then get back in. I might still have to sell in like 20 minutes. I don't know. So now if this gets up and over, oh, well, let me get rid of Biden first. But if it goes up and over the, yeah, it's doing it right now. Then let it level. See if it pulls back to the red line. And then hop in. Close. Shrink. There we go. We got picture and picture. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to go for a run today. Today's going to just be stabilizing. So you still might have made the best call. We don't know yet. All right. Sweet. Oh, this is good. I'm really loving this TV setup. Makes it so much better to see what the hell's going on. And I can access the mute way easier now. There we go. No, we don't need all of Biden. Gotta keep important things important. So here, so that's why I said with that green that happened 2 minutes ago, I was like, don't really jump on it for what it is. See what it does. So it didn't really stay over the red line and got pulled back under. And the same thing's happening here. But we're drifting up slowly. So hopefully, in the Dow and all the markets, so soon we're going to have a green push that's going to break us out from this. So you want to buy in when that push, after that push happens. So you could get in now, gamble a little, but that's up to you. If not, you want to buy on the push and then let it ride. Let the market do it first and then get in when it's safe. the volume on this? Minimal. Slight uptick in volume, but still pretty minimal. When's the jobs report supposed to kick off? Oh, here it is, 10:15. He's a little late. All right. Classic Biden. We definitely hit 10%. Slight uptick in the volume. Oh, it's not as bad as that press secretary. She was like an hour and a half late. Like, it was bad. I had to fast forward and it was like, what? You know, everyone's just sitting there twiddling their fingers and ahoy, Vixter. Welcome to the Black Parade. It could be worse. You missed an exciting almost crash. Well, it seems Zeus just woke up. Yeah, it was a good comeback. I called what yesterday? Yeah, I saw that Vixter. And it was interesting. The numbers lined up a bit. I don't really subscribe to the nefariousness, you know, oh, there's great evil, but there's definitely a correlation between the numbers. So it may not be to short the stock, and it may be just to knock the stock down, or maybe it's just because they wanted to make money. I really don't know or care, because it doesn't make a difference. But there's definitely an interesting correlation between those numbers and what we were seeing yesterday. Yeah, I was talking about that. Well, Fridays almost always dip, Zeus. Plus, I was talking about this red line for like almost what, 2 weeks now. So once we got over the red line, this was expected. Now we got to get back over the red line so that we don't drop. But we're in dip territory right now, so that's fine. You know, if we're not over the red line, not great, but as long as we're over the line by 11, everything should be okay. What was done months ago? Oh, they're talking about the bonds? Oh, yeah. And of course, Coors did a friggin' video about it because everyone's searching for it. Yeah. Yeah. But there's definitely was something going on yesterday. We'll find out soon, I guess, if it's not. Um, really, you don't need to see any videos on it anyways, Vixter. You're never going to miss anything. Um, but there was definitely an interesting correlation between somebody posted on the Facebook group for this group the numbers, and they're interestingly about the same size. And I was like, yeah, conspiracy. Yeah. 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 Well, I'm definitely not doing my biggest duty going around calming the tits of everyone. But in time, I will I will reach out and calm those people down as I grow. Yeah. Well, that's what I've been saying a million times over. Iceberg research, whoever they are. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everything's explainable. It's just a matter of can we explain it? Like everything's explainable. You just have to dig and dig and dig, and there's the answer. But it's like by the time you find out, and it turns out, who the hell cares, right? So it's like, yeah. And that's why I don't really care too much about news. Because realistically, if you just close your eyes and wake up in 5 months from now, you'll be richer. So you don't really need to worry about the little things unless you're, trading the pennies because it'll all come out in the wash eventually. So it's just nice to know sometimes so you can kind of feel like you're in control when you're not. And sometimes you can dodge major drops or cash in like this jobs report. If Biden says all these nice things, we can see the reaction to the market. So we can start to see the personality of how the market reacts to news that we know is coming. And so, yeah. Anyways, that's why I bring this up. But overall, piff. Unless Aaron goes on a shooting spree, or like COVID becomes lethal and the vaccine don't work, pretty much everything else we can ignore. But yeah, if our CEO goes rogue, that's not a good time to be investing. I'm just gonna step away from the market. I'll buy back in when it's negative $5. In recent news, Aaron went on a shooting spree, citing "fuck those guys on Reddit, fuck them, fuck them." Oh God, oh my sell button's not working. You wouldn't be able to sell fast enough. But man, the rebound on that, oh my God, it'd be so risky. But people are gonna be like, I don't care, and they're gonna buy the dip, right? So, oh man, that would be intense. It would be intense because the stock's gonna plummet, but the stock's gonna go up, and it's like, where's the flip over point? Yeah. Yes, yes. If the Delta turns us into zombies. Now, if the zombies still go to the theaters, I think we're okay. I think we can evolve. Okay, so now I think we're over the red line enough. If this doesn't get pulled back, we're good to go. Yeah, look at the volume on the bottom there. Yeah, I think we're good. Your tetanus position or tenuous, as in you have $10. Green goes full circle. just it just does this. Like on stock. Are you broken? It just goes backwards. And it's red again. Yeah. 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 The Redditors will probably be like, if he's in, I'm in. Lock and load. Probably had good reason. Yeah. Tenuous. Okay. Your shaky position. Your position that hinges on a whim and a win. No problem. I was just like, how do you get tetanus? Well, that's not tetanus. But that was what it looked like. Let's see here. See this link. So somebody just, let me guess, is there going to be a link to? Oh, no, good. Who's posting this? No problem, ham. Uh, oh, this guy posts every single day. Yeah, they're just going on regulations. A lot of clickbait titles. Mm. You must run a stream. Oh, you followed him on Twitter. Nice. We should get Aaron. Once we get a little bigger, we can call up Aaron. Be like, what are the chances of you shooting up a mall? You know, it's been going around with our fans. Started as a vicious rumor, and now it's a deep concern. Chances this is a dead cat bounce? Probably very low. The dead cat bounce is on its way to the pavement. So it would have been here. This could be one giant cat bounce, maybe. I did not want to do that. But if you average that out, but I don't think so. You have a support line here, or resistance line, because we're going through it. We bounced off of it, but now we broke through it. And so if we were going to go down, we wouldn't have been able to get through this line. We would have just dropped because we don't have the power. So this is normal. Oh my lord. It normally flips back after every drawing. This is normal. We broke through, we got pulled back. So if we stay over this line, then we'll go up. We'll just build a little base and go up. No probs. Oh, I'm going to make a day trader out of you sooner than later, Vixter. So your next clear buy-in point, if you're looking to get in, will be when you get over this guy. And then that will make your power S shape, and then you'll break out again. This is, of course, your danger zone. And your breakdown point is probably this green line here. So now when you get over the red line, which should provide quite a bit of resistance or support now that we're above it, you'll get a boost. So you might do both of these at the same time. But green should be pushing off of this real soon because we're at 1050. And by 1055, all the negativity should be over. So the upswing should be starting soon. Well, I get you, Howard. I just quickly skimmed through his thing. It's not being dismissive. The guy is writing.
3 million jobs since it took office.
Wow, that was.
More 3 million jobs since it took office. More jobs than have ever been created in the first 5 months of any presidency in modern history, thanks to the incredible work of the entire team.
I got to mute the TV. How do I do this?
This is historic progress, pulling our economy out of the worst crisis in 100 years. Driven in part by our dramatic progress in vaccinating our nation and beating back the pandemic, as well as other elements of the American Rescue Plan. Today, the U.S. is the only major advanced economy where the OECD projections of future output are higher today than they were in January 2020 before the pandemic hit. And America was ranked first in Bloomberg's COVID resilience ranking. None of this happened by accident. Again, it's a direct result of the American Rescue Plan. And at the time, people questioned whether or not we should do that even though we didn't have bipartisan support. Well, it worked. In February, the Congressional Budget Office projected 2021 economic growth would be 3.7%. Yesterday, they doubled that number to 7.4%, in large part thanks to the American Rescue Plan and our work to defeat the virus. The last time the economy grew at this rate was in 1984, and Ronald Reagan was telling us it's morning, getting close to afternoon here, the sun is coming out. At the time, the CBO revised their long-run deficit projections down as a share of GDP. They just have done. So the American Rescue Plan is strengthening our financial position, and it grows our economy. It's continuing to grow our economy. And the strength of our recovery is helping us flip the script. Instead of workers competing with each other for jobs that are scarce, employers are competing with each other to attract workers. That kind of competition in the market doesn't just give workers more ability to earn higher wages, it also gives them the power to demand to be treated with dignity and respect in the workplace. More jobs, better wages. That's a good combination. Put simply, our economy is on the move, and we have COVID-19 on the run.
So I don't know where the second player is, but Biden's in the background talking and I can't sync them.
Education jobs are the roles. Small businesses and restaurants are getting crushed. Now we're delivering the loans and support they need to reopen and to stay open. This morning, we've learned that jobs in some hard-hit sectors such as restaurants, hotels, amusement parks were up by 343,000 last month, over 1.5 million in the past 5 months. And more help is on the way to give families just a little bit more breathing room. Starting this month, families are going to receive one of the largest ever single-year tax cuts that middle-class families have ever received. And it's called the Child Care Tax Credit. And here's how it works. In the past, if you paid taxes and had a good income, you could deduct $2,000 per child, That would come off the total amount of taxes you owed. You had 2 children, you owed $10,000, you take off $4,000. In the American Rescue Plan, we expanded that. Now, a parent would get $3,600 for each child under the age of 6 and $3,000 for dependents they have between the ages of 6 and 17. So instead of just being a credit against the taxes you owe, it's now a fully refundable credit, half of which will get paid out in monthly basis. Look, what that means is this year, middle-class families with 2 young children can expect to receive a $7,200 in a rebate, in effect, a tax return, with the monthly payments of $600 a month starting this month until it's paid out. 8 out of every 10 families who use direct deposit will get their refunds. They'll be able to get a monthly payment on the 15th of every month from now to the end of the year, so they get that paid out. Help with families most need it, most need help to make ends meet. It's important. I've said for a long time, it's time to give ordinary folks, ordinary Americans, middle class and working class Americans, a tax break. This is the type of tax cut that can help our economy because we'll go to families who are going to spend it. It will also help lead a historic reduction in child poverty. Excuse me. Historic reduction in child poverty, which will have long-term benefits for our economy. And we're delivering $39 billion to help child care providers serve more families, to help parents, particularly women, get back to work. Last month, our economy added nearly 25,000 child care jobs. Again, none of this happened by accident. We're proving to the naysayers and the doubters that they were wrong. None of this is guaranteed to continue, though, unless we finish our work. Now's the time to accelerate the progress we've been making. Now is the time to build in long-term foundation that we've laid and build it in for a long term. Economists of all stripes agree that my plan will create good jobs and drastically strengthen our economy in the long run. So we have to continue to make the investments that will allow our economy to build back better and deal everyone in. We took a significant step in that direction last week when the bipartisan group of senators forged an agreement with me to move forward on key portions of my American Jobs Plan. I was just in Wisconsin, where I highlighted how this agreement is going to pave the way for a generational investment to modernize our infrastructure, create millions of jobs, according to the experts, and what will mean for a generational investment to modernize our infrastructure, create millions of jobs, according to the experts, and what will mean
I found Stealth Biden. It was playing in the chat window when I first clicked it. There we go. So now it should all be good. I couldn't friggin' find out where Biden was talking. He was in a hidden window.
Power grid more reliable, delivering high-speed internet to every American home, rural and urban. We're going to put people to work building a nationwide electric vehicle charging network, transitioning from diesel school buses and transit buses to electric buses, and bringing in world-class rail service to more Americans by reducing, and in the process, reduce our carbon footprint. For example, when I was up in Wisconsin, I pointed out, the governor was there. I said, Gov, I know it takes, there were, I don't know how many people, a couple hundred people, I guess, in the audience. So it takes, they tell me, 4.5 hours to drive from here to Chicago. With the money we have for mass transit here, you're going to be able to do that in 2.5 hours. And all the data shows that when it's easier to get someplace by rail than by automobile, it's cheaper and it generates a whole lot less carbon footprint. We're going to create good-paying union jobs, capping hundreds of thousands of abandoned oil and gas wells to stop methane leaks, which are devastating, and to protect the health of our communities. These are good jobs. Taken together, these investments are going to position America to compete with the world and win the 21st century. You know, as we bring home key parts of my American Jobs Plan, I'm going to make the case for equally critical investments that we still need, including those in which I introduced at the same time my Americans Family Plan. When I was running for president, I put together a bold, aggressive plan to deliver child care, paid leave, universal pre-K for 3 and 4 year olds, free community college. Maybe the most important thing among them was extending the child care tax credit I just mentioned for another 5 years, which will significantly benefit middle-class and working-class families. That human infrastructure is as essential as our physical infrastructure. It can help us create more good jobs, ease the burden on working families, and strengthen our economy, strengthen in the long run. These investments are critical. And as the plans I put forward tackle our climate crisis, which are broad and deep, I'm going to fight to see them enacted and signed into law. We have a chance to seize this economic momentum of the first months of my administration, not just to build back, but as I've been saying, build back better. This much is already clear. We're on track, and we're on the right track. Our plan is working, and we're not going to let up now. So I want to thank everyone. Wish you all a happy 4th of July. We're going to be able to go to ball games. You're going to be able to sit in stadiums. You're going to be able to be with your families in backyard barbecues, as we hoped. And we're going to make more progress. So God bless America, and may God protect our troops.
Could you talk to us about Afghanistan? Is the drawdown going to be done in the next few days?
No. No, we're on track exactly as to where we expect it to be. But I wanted to make sure there was enough, quote, running room that wouldn't be able to do it all to September. There'll still be some forces left, but it's a rational drawdown with our allies, and it's making, so there's nothing unusual about it.
Are you worried that the Afghan government might fall? I mean, we are hearing about the Taliban is taking more and more districts.
Look, we're in that war for 20 years, 20 years. And I think I met with the Afghan government here in the White House, in the Oval. I think they have the capacity to be able to sustain the government. There's going to have to be, down the road, more negotiations, I suspect. But I am concerned that they deal with the internal issues that they have to be able to generate the kind of support they need nationwide to maintain the government.
Thought on Afghanistan.
I want to talk about happy things, man.
Well, if there is evidence that Kabul is threatened, which some of the intelligence reports have suggested it could be in 6 months or thereabouts, do you think you've got the capability to help provide any kind of air support, military support to them to keep the capital safe, even if the U.S. troops are obviously fully out by that time?
We have worked out an over-the-horizon capacity that we can be value-added, but the Afghans are going to have to be able to do it themselves with the Air Force they have, which you're helping them maintain. I'm not going to answer any more question on Afghanistan. Look, it's 4th of July. I'm concerned that you guys are asking me questions that I'll answer next week, but this is a holiday weekend. I'm going to celebrate it. There's great things happening. Economy's growing faster than any time in 40 years. We've got a record number of new jobs. COVID deaths are down 90%. Wages are up faster than any time in 15 years. We're bringing our troops home. We have all across America, people are going to ball games and doing good things. This is a good. I'll answer all your negative questions, not negative, your legitimate questions.
Are you concerned that there is a potential this weekend in places where vaccination levels are not particularly high, that there will be a new COVID outbreaks in various regions?
I am concerned that people who have not gotten vaccinated have the capacity to catch the variant and spread the variant to other people who have not been vaccinated. I am not concerned there's going to be a major outbreak, in other words, that we're going to have another epidemic nationwide, but I am concerned lives will be lost. And I was even reading today, there's some speculation, some judgment is coming out that we may be able to even communicate the vaccine, the new variant to your pets. So I say not totally facetiously for those of you who haven't been vaccinated because you don't think you want to go through it. It doesn't hurt. It's accessible. It's free. It's available. And not only don't think about yourself, think about your family. Think about those around you. That's what we should be thinking about today. The 4th of July to this year is different than the 4th of July last year, and it's going to be better next year. Thank you all.
Mr. President, do you think that Congress will...
All right. Yeah, when he gets flustered, he kind of stumbles a little, but I mean, the guy's pretty old, but not bad. Not bad. Could have done a lot worse. So pretty good. And yeah, definitely all positive numbers. And it was good. He kind of didn't say, that he was fearful of the virus. So we might see some of that as that news starts to percolate. I think so. I was just taking a look at Boeing there because I was waiting for him to say, oh, we'll send them new aircraft or whatever. And I'm like, I wonder if Boeing's going to go right up. But then he's like, fuck those guys. And then it's like, nope, ain't going up on that one. Just curious. All right, so all's good. Now we can get rid of this. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where Ghost Biden was, but I closed there's sub windows in my OBS. I closed them and they were still running. So they're just hidden. And so Biden was in the background talking to me. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Where are you, Ghost Biden? Where are you? This one? That one. All right. That's why Biden could talk while drinking water. Trying to hunt him down. Now I know. All right. So we're not above the line at 11 o'clock, so that's not good. We're still down 7%. We did get a recovery post 1050, but we crashed for 1050. And we had our dip, I guess, at 1040 there. So not horrible, but not great. So we get a bit more green, we're going to level out. If we don't get a bit more green, then that's it. She's going to go down. So we'll know within, I guess, the next 15 minutes where we're headed. Hopefully it's up. All right. Get on the comfy couch. There we go. Ah, so much better. Yeah, go nuts. Oh, poop. We're testing the bottom again. The volume is pretty decent. Yeah, we're at frig. So we started the day at 6 million. We hit 10 o'clock around 16 million, I think. We're now at 46 million. Yeah, the party definitely has picked up. All right, where's my phone? Oh, there it is. All right, I want to see the lovely message the person wrote on coffee. Yay. Someone loves what you do. Yay. Oh, it's Dr. OK. The black suits got to him. Sweet. Oh, I posted the new setup in session planning like an idiot. I meant to post it elsewhere. Okay, so bouncing off the bottom. Backstop's now the owner of the Wheeling and Dealing channel. That's right. It's what you got to do. Got to wheel and deal. Free Britney, the universe. The best I can do is a free Bill Cosby. Quality. Good response, Backstop. Michael Burry has successfully predicted 702 of the last 3 crashes. That's like most YouTube personalities. They've predicted 150,000 of the last upswings. This is it. Nope, this is it. It's a good way of putting it. Love it. I mean, at least Michael Burry guy knows what he's talking about. And he's not wrong.
even I say the same thing, you know, and same with that iceberg capital. I'm saying the same thing. You know, it's overvaluated. It's in the clouds. Danger's looming around the corner. And he's not wrong. He just can't predict when. And that's exactly, you know, change is a coming. Well, yeah, it's going to happen. It's like, that's an easy thing to say. So, anyways, yeah, you'd be an idiot if you think, you know, it's going to stay at 70 for like a month, a year. Like, it can't do it. I mean, I was surprised we even stayed so long at 50 or 60. But, you know, Redditors, they're a crazy bunch. We're starting to break down again. But it's not to say you can't make money before that happens, right? So, fuck. Okay, so that's the line right there. That'll be the breakdown line. So doing the trend line gives you your warning, and then that is your fuck me, it's going with speed. Where are you, Green? Well, my ticks got frozen again. Got a frozen tick. Okay. Go back. There we go. Yeah, so there's the boost in volume as we broke the line. No follow-up volume, so that's good. So green's going to probably push and put us back. I just saw your post in the chat, backstop. And I fully agree. I was laughing at your wheeling and dealing. Yeah, I see your other post you're following up with politics. Yeah, but I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, you can debate politics day in, day out. It doesn't have to be adversarial. It's just a lot of people don't have that skill set to separate a thought from passionate response that involves attacking the other party. But yeah, you just kind of ignore it, let it slide, move on. But obviously, yeah, I'm not too keen on getting in the trenches here and fighting out some dogmatic war. It's just we need to be aware of it to see its effects on the market, which looks like was neutral to positive. And we are bleeding out here. And we still got some headroom, but I don't want to be testing it. Come on, green. Get us out of the weeds. Volume is still trucking along. Pretty decent now. We're doing about 3,000 to 6,000 a tick. I should just say an update. That sounds better. Yeah. Yeah, 3,000 to 8,000 an update. Just trucking. Well, a little bit of a sell-off. There was 25 times 250. So about an 80,000 sell-off there. With a... No, it's not done yet. There's 10,000 pushbacks. We need a few more to stop this red tide. Still going down. Well, there was a push, and then there was a sell. Is that going to start the upswing? So normally if you have a sell and a green completely erases it, that gets rid of the last of the paper hands, and you usually have an upwards motion. But yeah, we're slowly bleeding out. Whenever the volume reduces, we're just kind of drifting down, which is unfortunate. We need some fresh dollars in here. Now we're not crashing yet, so that's good. Oh, because we're on another support line. That's why. Thought we had a little bit more room, but we've already dropped to the next support line. That's why we're not crashing. I thought this was a little... I eyeballed it, and I was like, no, we got some more room. Then I was like, wait, no, we don't. Oh, shit. So if we break this line, then we're going down. Come on, green. How many support lines do you need? There we go. There. That way your message will be nice and big. Okay. These are not needed anymore. So we have a bit of a crown shape here, which is dangerous. If this doesn't get any height, then we're heading down to 48. We're going to go revisit the ghost of backstop. Now, this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 humps, 6 humps. You merge these together. This hump should have been higher. And they've had plenty of time to sell off, and these support lines have been holding them. But easy come is easy go, so there's nothing really stopping this from selling off on the way down. How many percent is that? That's 3% sell off in the span of 3 minutes, so it'll be 2 minutes for us. Yeah. Green's looking good. Just doesn't have the volume. These red sell-offs are back, see? Here. See, that's another red sell-off. Almost all of these big lines have been sell-offs. Like, it just keeps hitting us. We're getting some green. Oh, damn, we're getting some green buy-in right now. Look at that volume. Oh, yeah. I was looking at the tick chart down here, and I was just like, oh, yeah, look at that volume. I look up. Oh, yeah, look at it. Sweet. That's what we needed. Just some fucking volume. Good. Somebody woke up. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wu-Tang's not forever. The citrus is forever. The burn is temporary. But the vitamin C, it stays in your bones. In response to Howard getting upset with hardly working, it's probably because he takes long naps at his desk. He's like, hey man, the first 5 times was funny, but I'm trying to sleep here. Sir, you're driving a train. Again, I got it. I'm sleeping. Leave me alone. Someone's just upset. He's getting his nap time broken into. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh yeah, I was supposed to get Wendy's this weekend. Maybe not with the stock the way it is. Get a pole vaulting lemon. All right. Go vault. Actually, Google institutes naps. Yeah. Realistically, though, if you're a creative, you don't work on a schedule, right? You do. You know, you go 5 hours, you go 20 hours, you take a nap, you go for a walk, whatever you need to do to keep moving, right? And that's one thing I like about the military. It's the same thing. It's, yeah, you do what you got to do to get the job done. And then, you know, that might involve taking naps. You know, if that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. Whereas corporate world is all about rules and regulations. Whereas the military, yes, to some extent, but at the end of the day, it's getting, you know, mission success, right? The rules and regulations are just trying to simplify what's going on, but at the end of the day, it's mission success. That's all that matters. So, yeah, well, or, you know, not dying in your case, right? But, you know, That may involve you dying for mission success. Who knows, right? But anyways, yeah, Google realizes that. Oh. Someone was shooting off fireworks. So I'm guessing somebody has a house near the back of a park, and they were shooting off fireworks so close to their house that they couldn't see out their window because of the amount of smoke. Oh, random other question. Does anybody have experience with VR in said group? Yeah, I was just trying to figure out the VR market. No, I'm looking to set up a simulated cockpit for my dad. I'm gonna build an F-18 cockpit, I think, for him. But I was looking at the VR options, and they're all kind of like meh, and they're all over the place, and it's like, holy crap! It's a sea of just, I wouldn't say garbage, but they're trying to figure it out, right? It's not yet there. Um, so I was looking at like the Oculus Quest, but now they've gone to make it mobile. So they dumbed down their newest one is actually weaker than their older one, so that it can support rendering the games without a computer. And then it's like, okay, then I downgraded to have the freedom of motion, which kind of seems silly. And then the Valve one's really nice, but the cost is through the roof because of the well, A, it's Valve, and two, it's using a bunch of LiDAR positional sensors, I think, which is good, and it would be okay in a cockpit, but it'd be horrible for, a room. And then you have a Primax, which has an 8K visual one, but then apparently it's plagued with bugs and never works. So I'm like, holy crap, what should I be looking at? Hive looks okay, but anything Microsoft touches, they end up fucking up. They take great things and wreck them because, it's Microsoft. So, no, I was just curious, as a person that I've used VR, but I haven't really been able to try all of them to really formulate an opinion. So I was just curious why we're trucking along here. If there was opinions. Yeah, but VR's been out for like what, 10 years now? Like you figure somebody would have figured it out. Yeah, the Kinect, the Xbox Kinect, is actually military grade. It was a military thing, and they just sold it to the retail market. It's amazing stuff. The Xbox Kinect, so underrated. Ah, so that's what's doing it, eh? But I mean, I've seen things take off with um, computer peripherals. You know, why can't they just sell a VR peripheral? Like, but I guess that's the point. Why don't I have one? As somebody that uses a computer all the time, but the display is garbage, and that's why I don't have it, right? Because the displays are garbage. Why would you put something on your head that gives you 800 pixel screen when you could just fire up 4K projectors, right? Yeah. The only problem is with flight sims, you need to be able to see all around you, and it's so difficult to do with keyboard and mouse. Like you almost can't fly without VR. I mean, if you're doing helicopters, no problem, but dogfighting, you got to be flinging your head around, right? So, yeah. But yeah, I guess you're right. I guess that's the problem. There's really no real reason to have it. Doesn't really give you much an advantage outside of flight sims, space sims, and all that sort of stuff. Now for the hand sensors, I see some of them have that circle hand sensor, and I noticed I think Valve has a hand sensor. Do they track finger? I see people pointing with fingers and stuff. They got finger tracking on them or something? Well, even drones you wouldn't do in VR, because why? You know, unless I mean, drone combat drones, but screens would give you everything you need. Um, Actually, looking around with your head is inefficient because you can't see all directions all at once, right? It's much better to just use a set of sensors and plot it on a map. Yeah. But I mean, in a flight sim, right? You're competing against other humans. If it was just AI powered flight sim, nobody would want to play it. You just send up your drone and it would kill everyone. Yeah. Okay, so they're using custom stuff for a glove or something. No, I was just wondering if because I'm presuming half of these YouTubers that I'm seeing, they're playing a Pavlov VR, I think. They're pointing and they're gesturing with their hands. And I'm like, do they all have like hand and finger capture? Because I presume that's what that circle's for. The circle captures like a hall sensor, captures your finger moving up and down or forward, backwards. Yeah. Yeah, I was just curious because I was like, I don't know where to even start looking. So when I started college, I pitched pretty much exactly this idea, and they told me it was stupid and no one would ever want it. I pitched it to an angel investor because I knew VR was going to kick it. The greatest thing ever. The military wants it. But yeah, because gloves are really important for being able to capture. What this glove doesn't have is it needs to have liquid pumped into the glove to simulate weight. So you have tactile feedback. And you use wires, and when you pull your finger down, that's the wire, like your tendon, gets stretched, and you can measure the feedback. Yeah. I had that idea when I was 17. Neato. It's possible. I don't know, Augie. I don't know. I seen them point like with their fingers and stuff. So they're operating guns and they're like pulling stuff out, pointing. It's not too hard. You just use a pump water. Easy peasy. I could even build it right now. Because water on the tip of your finger weighs, water on your wrist, you wouldn't notice it. But by moving the water, you can change the weight. Yeah. You could even use, what the hell is it? There's a type of gel that when you electrocute it, it stiffens up. And so oh, nice push. You can basically allow the finger to bend, and then you can stiffen it up by electrocuting the hand. You wouldn't feel it because it's low voltage, but then all of a sudden your hand doesn't close. Yeah. Or the wires that come down, you just lock them up so your fingers can't pull. So now the problem with that system is it doesn't register your fingers spreading out. If you widen your fingers, it doesn't recognize it. It's only for open and close hand. But you could add extra stuff for that if you wanted to. Torsional readouts. Or you put a web between your fingers and it measures the pull. Yeah. Whichever way you want to go. You may have seen the ones that have like a sensor and then it has a flat wire and then little loops for your finger. That's probably the cheapest and easiest way. Yeah. Yeah, you can do impact sensors if you want that. I think Dexmo is the one that does the impact sensors on the body, which is just not a servo. What the fuck are they called? Not a servo. A fast-moving piston that you use for water and gas. Jesus, why can't all I can think of is servo? They are. Huh, man, can't do it. You can probably figure it out. But yeah, it's the thing you use to fire off gas. No, it's the electric powered piston that rapidly opens or closes, and you use it for gas or water. And I can't for the life of me remember the name of it. Oh my god! When you say it, it's gonna hit me. It's such an easy word too. I don't know why I'm struggling here. No. It's so let's say you have a reservoir full of gas. You put one of these things there, and then when you hit it with electricity, it rapidly goes boop, open or close. And so it's incredibly fast open and close. Now actuator, yes, but those are slow. These are usually just open or close. Actuators generally have a range of motion, if I recall correctly. Jesus. Solenoid. Yes, that's it. Holy crap. I'm like, why can't I friggin' figure this one out? Yes, solenoids. So you can use solenoids for impact sensors. So you just, hit you with them, right? You fire off 1 to 5 of them, whatever, to vary the impact. Yeah, there you go. Solenoid. And solenoids are like hardcore tiny. It's just an electromagnet, right? If I recall correctly. So it's incredibly fast, incredibly low tech, works great. Backstop wins it for the prize. Okay, let's take a look if we've stabilized. What time is it? 11:47. Okay, a little better. We're still below the line, but we're staving off the apocalypse. So far, so good. All right. There we go. I'm not selling. I'm just resetting the window. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my memory lately. I'm having huge troubles remembering things. So I might be getting worse. But my short-term memory seems to be okay. Everything seems to be fine. But I can't remember, like, anything past the short term. And I've noticed too, I'm trying to be creative in the afternoon after the stream, and I have no creativity. It's such a weird feeling, not being able to conjure up and think of things and make nothing or something out of nothing. It's just like, but it's because if my long term memory's not working, I have nothing to draw from. So I can't pull from something and make something from something because there's nothing to pull from. So it's like I was staring at a blank piece of paper and I'm like, I don't even know what to put on it. And I'm like, wow, I used to be able to just draw for hours, random shit, shapes, technology. So I'm going to try that SimPit build, get me back in the groove, get the juices flowing. Because I was like, wow, I could design something with my eyes closed. And now I'm like handy and capable. And I'm like, okay. I got to start taking some proactive steps. Yeah. Luckily, stocks don't require much thinking. All they require is pattern recognition and a little bit of brain cells. I still got that. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, Howard. Yeah. Neural pathways have to be used to be activated, right? But the hormonal issues I have basically turn them off. And so I can try to get them back, but realistically, until I sort this hormonal issue out, they're going to be impeded. But if I make them so strong, they'll just be impeded, not removed, right? So that's the game. And so I'm working on my my tech projects again. Had to relearn a whole bunch of shit that I forgot or could not remember. I shouldn't say forgot. I just couldn't remember. So, yeah. Yeah, I hate habits. I don't do anything over and over again. I don't repeat things. To me, dead fishes are the ones that swim with the stream. I like everything to be random and new. Yeah. Where a lot of people find comfort in habit, routine, I don't. I hate it. I just fly by the seat of my pants at all times. Well, I mean, I prep, but I go in with like zero research, just prepped, right? Like, just go, do it live. because normally I'm quick enough. I can react on a dime. I can react in milliseconds. So I don't need to put up this proactive defense network to protect me. I'll just react quickly and sidestep the problem. But now I'm kind of, my brain's busted. So I'm quite slow and stupid. So I have to play within my limitations, which is unfun and sucks. But oh well, what can I do about it? But anyways, what I was trying to get at is, yeah, I'm just not a big fan of repetition and patterns. And hell, I hate sleeping and waking up at the same time even. It's like, there's no comfort in the fact that you waste 1/3 of your life sleeping. Yeah. Eating the same food, doing the same job. Like, I could never be a carpenter or a plumber or a professional at a certain task. Your whole life, you just do one thing. I'm a carpenter. I make things out of wood. And it's like, fuck. If I'm not solving world hunger or, solving a big problem or a unique thing, it's like you're already dead. So, I don't know. Just my perspective on things. I couldn't be limited to one thing, and habits feel like that. So I psychologically try to avoid them. Yeah, it's very common with people that have ADHD or Asperger's is they end up liking patterns and oof. Oh, that's a bit of a sell-off. They find comfort in so they initially dislike them because they can't understand them, and then they find comfort in the strength and the security of a pattern and a routine because they know nothing new is going to happen and blah 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 blah. And so it's a common thing in humans to like that sense of the fuck's the word, familiarity. You know what to expect. It's why we go to McDonald's instead of random mom and pop chains, right? Um, but I'm still at the early stages, which is, I don't like the patterns and I don't find comfort in familiarity because I like the random. I like the new, the unique, the ever changing. Yeah. So I never developed that second part because I found the first part fine. Oh, look, a giant red wank. Jeez. Think we should be okay here, even with that big sell off. Yeah. And the volume's up another 10 million. Let's see how we're doing on the broader market. It's great, great, and amazing. Well, couldn't ask for much better. Holy crap. I don't know what just happened, but 11:45, something hit. 11:42. 11:32. Jeez, on a tear. Probably new economic news. Nope. That was yesterday, right? Yeah, it was yesterday. Okay, then I don't know. Yeah, Virgin Galactic's going to move up their schedule. Market's reacting to that. Hey, we're up on the volume today. Must be a slow day. If we're leading the chart with 53 volume, must be a slow day. Are we in the biggest losers category? I can't drag it up. Come here. Here. Oh, fuck it. It won't let me drag it. Whatever. Just curious where we stand. Here we go. Yeah, I agree with your statement, Howard. Yeah, I agree with that statement, and that's kind of a Japanese perspective when you master the craft. Um, but you see how a master craftsman, and you see it a lot of the Japanese stories, they're always on a quest to find something new because they're they're dead. They're dead at what they do, right? Like you're so good at your swordsman fighting, cool, but that's all you can do, right? And so when you lose that, you lose your identity. When you're no longer the best, you're nothing. And so it there's tons of Japanese stories about that. And so they're always on a quest to grow, but in a sense to prove to themselves that they're still relevant. And to me, that's all psychological, and it's kind of like meh. Plus, what if you pick a skill that no one cares about? You're like, oh, I'm great at growing crops. Cool. So you're great. You can grow some crops, but you can't repair a TV or fly a spaceship, or like I can fly an A-10, a KH-50. Um, what else can I do? I can drive an Abrams, a Leopard 2, uh, the old models at least. I might be able to drive a T-72. It looks pretty friggin' easy. um, like I can do all the switches, all that. Like, so I mean, I got a skill set that's ridiculously stupid. But if I was just sticking to one thing, driving one tank better than anyone else in the world, it's like, okay, what a skill set. I don't know, because I mean, I guess it's the same thing that Bruce Lee talked about, where you don't worry about the person that practices 1,000 things once. It's the person that practices the one thing 1,000 times. But the problem with that is, again, it's like, okay, you got one good kick. Great. Well, I can work 20 different firearms, and guess what? You're 10 meters away from me. So good luck with that kick, right? So to be a warrior, you have to have so many friggin' skill sets. And so I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me to be a master of anything because we're evolving so quickly. Next, I got to learn VR and spatial awareness and a digital environment. And I learned AutoCAD and 3D modeling and 3D rendering and microelectronics and how energy and electricity moves. And oh my Lord, like the truck keeps on rolling. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Not to get all metaphysical why we watch the stock go sideways, but yeah, it's always been a dichotomy that hasn't sat well. Yeah. No, I'm not in the military. I just have like 13 years of simulator experience. Lots and lots of video games. Yeah. The KH-50 is DCS flight sim. That was a bitch to learn. It was all in Russian. Fucking can't read Russian. The A-10 I learned when I was like 8. I was flying A-10 sims, my first aircraft. I love the A-10. That thing is a flying. Somebody called it the flying cactus, and it stuck with me. It really is a flying cactus. It's just this big, slow, lumbering piece of crap that can take so much, except for missiles. Takes tons of bullets. Don't hit it with a missile. The wings are full of fuel. Yeah. Even a missile strike, though, as long as it doesn't blow the wing apart, it can lose probably about 20% of its wings. I've flown back to base with about, I'd say, yeah, about 20% of my wing blown off. I got hit by, I think, what is that, a frog foot? an SA-12. It was really far away, but it got fragged me, and then my wing just kind of exploded. Yeah, it was hard to fly, but you can still make it because the thing's like a giant glider. Especially if you drop all your weapons, that thing can fly with like no wings. Yeah, because it's overbuilt to carry tons of weight. I love the A-10. Yeah, definitely not a dogfighter though. I should try to shoot down an airplane with that Vulcan cannon. The Gao 10, I think it is, or no, it's a Gao 8, I think. Oh no, it's all good, Howard. I was getting to you. I understand the Eastern point of view, and it's nice. I do like the idea of you're refining your craft down to perfection, and it ends up being your identity, and there's a lot of like I wouldn't say metaphysical stuff to it, but a lot of spirituality attached to it, right? Craftsmanship, the idea of that, especially Japanese craftsmanship, that's derived from years of cultural refinement. The UK and the British had a very similar thing too, with expert weavers and expert artisans, and the Renaissance kind of pushed that idea as well in the West. But the problem is the cottage industry, which Japan during its isolation was keen on, right? Master fishermen, master bow makers, whatever, right? Master builders. That's great and all, and that's cool. Cottage industries are all right, but they don't work in a modern society. And so now you have to be a specialist of so much to do a single role. And then you could argue, okay, you get 20 people that are all masters and they all do their individual role. But it's been shown time and time again, if one of them dies, one of them needs to be replaced, one of them has a problem, the whole thing falls apart because no one else can do their individual connecting parts, and actually, this is one of the major reasons between the U.S. Army and the Canadian Army. We're too poor, so everyone has to be diversified. In the States, they specialize. And then when the Canadians shoot in training, half their team, the other half can't do shit, and the bridge never gets built. Where you have to kill all the Canadians because if one of them's alive, he'll finish the bridge slowly. Where the U.S. model works better and faster, it doesn't work when they start taking on casualties, which, happens. Canadian model works when everyone's drunk, missing, or not showing up to base. So, one guy does it all. So anyways, I mean, that's not a fair, complete comparison to the Japanese style of doing things, but the point I was trying to make is that in a modern tasks, right? It's hard to be a specialist. Even if you're like, oh, I'm a specialist of engine repair, you're now a specialist in hydraulics, in fluid dynamics, to really be a specialist in that role, you're taking on gazillions of sub roles, right? Versus metallurgy and sword making. There's a small band of skill sets required in there, right? Or whatever cottage industry of the time. I'm just using swords because Japan's renowned for them, but because that's kind of the problem, right? You can be a master farmer of cabbages, but once you get into corn, soy, weed, I don't know, hydroponics, vertical growing, right? So if you got to know botany, then crossbreeding, and then all this other crap, and all of a sudden you never stop learning, right? And now you're going down a road that requires 1,000 sub skills. Anyways, so that dichotomy is something I kind of struggle with, because to have a habit, a pattern, and lock yourself into specializing on blank means you suck at everything else. And it doesn't matter, if you suck at other things else. I just don't want to suck at everything else. So, and good enough is good enough, If you're a specialist, that's cool, but if you derive your identity from it, that's a personal thing. It's like, oh, look at me, I'm the greatest FPS gamer. Fine, that's a personal thing. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter in the end, you know. It doesn't get you anything aside from, you know, accolades and maybe money, right? Same being an athlete, a specialist in tennis. Cool. But, you know, great. It doesn't matter in the end, right? You're going to get buried in the same plot in dirt in the ground. So, anyways, it's an interesting thing to have a converse about. Yeah. Yeah, there's that too, backstop. I'm just catching up on Howard here. The craft of repairing thing is much more psychological. You have to understand Japan has been highly isolated. And so a lot of the cultural stuff of Japan derives from scarcity and the other thing. I guess trying to prove that they're better than everyone else is a driving force. So much like the West went through the period of like building giant buildings and I'm the most religious and my culture is the most forward thinking. Japan went through a period of the only way that you are better than me is by being a better person. And the only way we're a better country than, you know, shitty China, shitty Korea, and shitty everyone else is by drilling down to our core and bettering our core. And then if everyone as a population is bettering themselves, then the whole body of a nation goes up, which is absolutely true. But they did it in such a way where it was about, I wouldn't say control, but it definitely was to prove moral or national superiority for sure. So that started kind of with the shogunate and the different tribes, and they built their own identity. And then that moved forwards into their struggle with the importation of the West, isolation, and it probably hit a fever pitch with, you know, Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Nowadays, it's probably not so much, but it does that undertone is still there. You know, that sense of identity through strength and personal fortitude. And the Greeks were the Stoics. They had that. The Romans had the same thing. Just Japan has a modern flavor of it, for lack of better words. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't go to say, like, remember too, Howard, you're basing your Western view on the United States, it sounds like, where Europe is much more along the lines of let's work together. And in Canada, it's much more um, less, you know, me, myself, and I, and more how do my actions affect society? You're constantly worrying about your impact on everyone around you, right? So, um, where the American style is a little bit more self-focused. Just to clarify. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. But But do note that it's seriously self-centered if you compare it to the rest of the world. I mean, aside from maybe Southeast Asia, they can be pretty brutal and racist. But you don't paint an entire culture, but it's very, you got to take care of your own because no one will. You'll die in the street because the government's not going to help you. So it becomes very, adversarially, protect yourself, right? Where in the States, it's more about expressing myself and being independent and chasing that American dream, right? And Canada has undertones of being enslaved to the British. So we got to care about what the crown thinks. It's about society as a whole, which is secretly, what does the government think, right? How is this going to affect the government and exactly. So anyways, yeah. Yeah, I took the Carl Jung a long time ago. I don't remember what I got. Obviously, I'm a perceptor and I'm intuitive. I use judgment and I forget the last one. What's the first one? It's an E. It's an E or an I, which is emotional or intuition or something. I'm definitely not emotional. Fuck that. It's like, God, feel. I feel. No, you don't feel. Damn. But anyways, yeah, I do like Japanese culture. But they are definitely got to get over their xenophobic overtones. Just like the States has to get over their racial overtones and Canada has to stop being a giant wuss about everything. We all have our flaws. Yeah. Oh, it's introvert. Yeah. So first one's extrovert. So I am an E. Yeah. I don't sense. So I'm an E, opposite of that one. And I judge and I perceive, probably. So I am an E. What's the second one? It's EN. JP. That sounds a little bit right. But yeah, definitely not an introvert. Actually, normally on psych tests, I get introvert. As funny as that might seem, because I don't like crowds, I don't like standing, but I'm inherently an extrovert because everything I want to do requires the need of people. You have to interact with people. You can't go and be an introvert if you want to fix the world, right? But I don't go seek out large crowds. I don't put myself in the middle and say, look at me, right? As you can see, I got a 22 person YouTube following right now. I'm not struggling to find new people and, broadcast my face far and wide to make up for daddy issues because I was abused as a kid. It's like, no, that's not what I'm doing here. I'm not looking for the love I didn't get. So, yep. Yeah, we're social creatures, but we all find it in different ways. I get enough of it from video games. Yeah. The stocks are the only love I need. Ah, Jesus. Whoever keeps dropping these fucking bombs on us, just go away. Please. I want to be able to have a Wendy's burger this weekend. Yeah. I was about to say, we've been on this line for too long, so we're probably overdue for some nasty red. Yeah. I would counter that backstop because an introvert gets its energy from being alone, and an extrovert gets its energy from being with people. I don't get recharged by people. I enjoy isolation and solo, right? But for me, I gain benefit and happiness from improving the world around me, which requires people. And so people inherently charge me because they help me get towards my end goals of fixing things and making things better. Yeah. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I'm yeah. But by any psychological definition, I'm an extrovert. Because, I go and I'm extrovertive, right? I do what extroverts do. But ultimately, yeah, an introvert is, yeah, as you're writing there, it's where you go to recharge. But my actions are that of an extrovert, but my inherent being is that of an introvert. Yeah. And that always fucks people up because they're like, how the hell are you an introvert? And it's like, yeah, it's because people suck. you know? Because really, extroverts, I think fundamentally, extroverts are people that have, defects and they're just looking for love in very simplistic terms. They're looking to feed a missing need, right? Because if you have all your needs fulfilled, you don't need people because everything's fulfilled. You just want to be left alone to do your thing. Whereas extroverts are constantly seeking out to fix that problem, but they're doing it, by seeking it out. And it's like, I get it. It's a hierarchy of needs, but it's like, can't you just dig down deep inside and realize you got a problem and then go into isolation like the rest of us? Yeah. Yeah, well, validation's probably the cheapest example of it. Um, Validation is one way, but other people are seeking stuff out. Like in my case, I need skills and talent and support. I don't need the validation. I could give two shits, but I physically need people to support me or I can't get anything done. And yeah. So, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. Those that are seeking validation or acceptance and all that other stuff. Daddy didn't love me. It's really what it generally boils down to. It's always your childhood. Oh, well, not always, but let's say 90% of the time it's your childhood. The formative years before grade 3. Yeah. Oh, holy Christ. Where the fuck's this coming from? I'm just like, okay. I look down at the volume. I'm like, okay. And then it just goes straight up. All right. Fuck technical analysis. Today's just going to be one of those days, eh? Like, I have no idea what's going on here. Like, they're dropping crazy ass bombs on us. And then, 3 minutes later, they just decide to dump money on us? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. Now be careful with psych when you overfit, though, backstop. Yeah. Because it's easy to look at something and just make it fit. And that's where a lot of these psych stuff, people are like, haha. And it's like, well, it's because you're being presented and then you fit yourself to fit it, right? That would be my only qualification. Same thing with stocks. People tend to overfit a lot, which is why I'm not even trying to figure out. Like I can see we pulled over the support line, but man, it doesn't make any sense for all that negativity. And I still would like to know who's doing these bursts of negativity. You know? You figure it'd all be kind of, well, I would figure it'd all be clumped up. They would dump at a certain time or the fear would have been earlier, but they're spaced out. Doesn't look like it's a pattern. I don't know. Just curious why we have so much negativity. I guess we'll figure out sooner than later. Okay, so we're still below the line. We boost it up and we hit the line, so that's pretty much predictable. So that line is this guy here. Put that proper. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So now if things are good, we'll attempt 1 or 2 and then have a breakthrough. Yeah. It's all good, backstop. It's all good. Yeah. Oh no, those personality traits are not garbage at all, backstop. The Carl Jung knew what they were talking about. The only problem with Carl Jung is just because it was it's I wouldn't say overly simplified, but they're rough containers, right? So they're very good at putting a label on somebody and it's relatively accurate. It just doesn't tell you much past that, right? But those psychs were being done when we were going through the early days of psychology. And so just being able to say, look, there's only 16 types of people, period, that was a big breakthrough. And that really was the key takeaway from Jung's work, is saying, okay, look, you think there's a million flavors, but humans are much simpler than that. But then when you get into each of those flavors, you can go 1.5 miles. But it was just being able to take the soup and shrink it into large boxes. So, and that work still holds up. It's the same thing with Freud. Yeah, Freud. And everyone's all like, oh man, you want to do your mom. He's not wrong. It's just the wording is not right. And his point is you males replace or look to their moms and want to replace their dads. But that's biological. And it's how that forms is different. But ultimately, you're looking to your mom for, as a male, for the nature, nurture, all that good stuff. And then your dad is your role model that you're going to seek to emulate. And then you're going to replace the family unit. It takes on different variations because of society, but ultimately, that's there. That's where you get daddy's girl kind of deal. The girl looks to the father to try to figure out what she wants in a male partner to replace the mother in the unit, but she's going to form her own. But that's where she gets her cues from. That's all Freud was trying to say. But of course, people go a mile with it, right? So the psychologists of yonder were not quite wrong. Their wording was arguably could do with a little safer wording. So, yeah. 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 That's basically what I'm saying here, Howard. They're not out to lunch. Jung knows what they're doing, or knows what I think Carl Jung's a guy. So, no, it's a lady. I think it was a lady. She knows what she's doing. Yeah. That's it. Oh, now I'm questioning. Well, okay, that's long-term memory, and I know that's broken. Let's just skip that. So that person knows what they're talking about. But yeah, it was more their work was actually, yeah, there was two people, wasn't there? It was Carl and Jung. Was a dude? What was the assistant to Carl? Carl Jung, and there was another person. Okay, my mind's a little fried, so I'm just kind of going through here. There was an assistant. Now I have to look all this up. Ah, fuck it. I don't want to go down that road. So anyways, it's irrelevant. We're just talking about random shit here. Why we watch the stock go sideways. Yeah. All right, see ya, Barry. Enjoy your work. Yeah. Nature versus nurture is another thing. I love psychology. We could talk about this for decades. It'd kill everybody in this channel, but I'd love it. Nature versus nurture, it's almost all nurture, but nature, of course, sets you. Your genetic traits set you off, but your surroundings dictate who you're going to be for the most part. Humans are a net sum of their experiences. So if your experiences are shit, you're shit. If your experiences are great, possibly you're great, to just give a rough summarization. And so you can corrupt or brainwash or tweak a person one way or another by controlling their stimulus and their experiences. And that's how mass media works and brainwashing works and controlling the message works, to just give a quick example. That's also how you learn, right? I'm giving you the same information over and over and over again. You're seeing what I'm seeing now, and you're learning how to do stocks. If my information was intentionally malicious, I would corrupt you. Hence, Nazis, Jews, every time someone tells you to hate a culture, blah, blah, blah. You don't know who they are. You've never met them, but you're taught to hate, right? To use a very quick example, right? So nature is a small proportion, and that's your hierarchy of needs and a few other things, the need to reproduce, socialize, whatever. But nurture is 80% of the social conditioning, to be exact, is your larger chunk of your decision making tree. Yeah, just for those who may not dabble as much as I do in psych. Yeah. Oh yeah, Myers-Briggs. I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah. Yeah, Myers-Briggs is not a bad idea. Um, and actually, I even looked into that too, because I used to run large communities of people. So you have tons and tons of different personalities. But the problem is you can't have multiple leaders. Like Cedra is a leadership personality. He takes control. He comes out. He talks. He states an opinion, right? And that's fine. But if everyone is like that, then you get conflicting opinions, right? And all of a sudden they all start fighting because leaders can't be followers. So they all need their own followers, or they have to be subservient. They have to be below the other leader. So if you put a bunch of male lions in the room, they're going to fight it out until one of them settles the pecking order, right? And that's cool if the lions don't change. But in a community that's constantly in flux, you got people coming in, people going. You can't be going through the pecking order every fucking day, right? Because then you burn out, right? And so trying to minimize aggressive or powerful personalities is definitely something that was something I looked into, because they're going to challenge you every friggin' day for that pecking order, right? Or challenge other people in the group. And it was like, So yeah, it's the Myers-Briggs is good for that one. for personality types. Because if you can just avoid them, right? If you can screen them out, then all of a sudden everything's much more peaceful. Because you know, it's the internet. So, but yeah, interesting you brought that up. And I probably would have used it if I hired in a real job. You know, try to find people that have the personality traits that I'm looking for. You know, because I don't want subservient people, but I don't want strongly willed, go-getters in a sense, because I may not be able to provide enough stimulus for them, so they leave to find more stimulating jobs. But it's just because I can't maintain a high energy workplace, right? Or something like that. So, yeah, it's interesting. But that goes into human resources and human management, which is one of my earlier skill sets. I took that in college because I'm like, this is fun. Then I'm like, wow, it is boring as fuck. Because corporate world doesn't give a crap about managing people as a resource. Sorry, managing people as humans. It's much more managing them as a commodity. So they just, as long as no one's killing each other at the workplace, they're happy. But it's like, wow, there's so many more levels of good we could be doing. No. Just keep the seats filled and stop them from creating a lawsuit. And it's like, well, fuck. This sucks. So, yeah. Yeah. But if people feel their way through a decision, it doesn't make them valid. It doesn't make you invalid, right? So, fuck them, You either get along or you don't. It's up to them. They do them, you do you, no problem. But the problem with people feeling is it's based on their personal feeling, right? That's their personal problems. Whereas logic is based on the world as you perceive it. So your perception might be wrong, but your rationale is not wrong. With them, their rationale is solely personal, and their perception might be more accurate, but you can't perceive what they're perceiving. So, they're working on personal. You're working on established truth and maybe a faulty perspective. So I would say those that use logic are always in the right more than people that feel, because you can't validate a feeling. You can't be like, I feel, therefore it's true. You feel because you're some of your experiences, which is solely personal. So go F yourself. There's no validity in that, right? I was abused as a child, therefore my voice is more, I wasn't, but my voice is more important. I'm a victim, therefore my voice is more important. It's not. Your voice is nowhere near more important than mine or his or someone else's, just because you have this level of, justification, right? It's like, no, we're trying to get to the truth of the matter or the point or the debate. Just because you have some, experience in it, that's valid, yes, but it doesn't give your voice any more weight or any more strength, right? And so, yeah, don't feel bad about being a logical thinker. It's unfortunate we're going into a very touchy-feely society where everyone just yells over each other. I think one day we'll get back to the good old days of, Greek logic, or even if we want to get into like, the Eastern style of bettering one's core, we'll get back there eventually, one day. Please be soon. God, I can't take this modern society of just TikTokers and people getting hit because they're dancing outside of their car. Or eating Tide Pods. Where did we take the wrong turn? Get us back on the freeway. We took a wrong turn. Yep. Oh, I've told my boss a few times to calm as tits, but you do it politely, right? If your boss is going off on a tangent and his tangent is garbage, then it's like, okay, well, that's your feelings. And if we break it down, just tell me what you want me to do. I'll do it. But if it's based on feelings, no, I'm not doing it because you feel. I'm doing it because it's a command and I'm your employee, right? There's the logic, right? But, I don't feel it's right. Okay, fine. So tell me what's wrong, qualify it, and I'll fix it. But if you tell me it's broken because you feel it's broken, well, tough tits. Like, you got to qualify it, right? You're not some type of, I'm a programmer. And if someone says, I don't feel it's good, well, then qualify it and I'll fix it. But until then, moving along, you know, you know, yeah. It is adapt or die. That's true. It's do or die, but most of the time we don't get there in a modern society. If I don't do, someone gives me food, someone helps me along. You guys are here talking to me and on disability, right? If this was 100 years ago, I'd be dead in a gutter, right? Or I'd be out in the woods making wooden spears to fight off predators. We're definitely not to the point where everything has to be death, right? So, but it is definitely adapt or die in a sense that we keep moving forwards. And if you don't move with us, we kind of leave you behind, but we do drag you along. So the die part is definitely a lot less. You get isolated, you get left behind. Cool. But you're still dragged. We don't leave you in the gutter, at least not in Canada. In the States, a little bit more. But even in the States, you're not thrown in the gutter, literal gutter, right? Not unless you really royally fuck up over and over and over again and like fight everyone around you. So, yeah. Oh, I couldn't do that, Dr. Overkill. I'd be busting out the shotgun. That's starting to happen in Canada and it's killing me. This whole woke culture of it started back in like 2008 with the whole victimization as an identity. Now it's moral superiority through I understand the problem more than you do. And it's like, oh, Jesus, stop. Well, actually, luckily, Jesus has stopped, but not to piss off Tom and whoever might be religious. But that was the problem in the 90s. Now it's like victimization as an identity, romanticizing victimization. And it's like, oh, Jesus. Oh my, how? Like where did we turn? And I guess it's just because in elementary school people are taught to be more understanding, and then it just went full pendulum swing, right? You understand so much, you're fighting for ecology and the animals in the rainforest, and every single cat and dog has to find a home, and every poor person has to be saved, and you've gone full spectrum that way. And then the only way you can understand them is by being them and embracing the essence that is victim. And it's like not quite true, but I get it. But I don't know if society's better for it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely a skill set to have both sides. Don't take my dismissiveness as not being able to carry a conversation both ways. I can debate anything and I can fight for any viewpoint. I'm just speaking my personal viewpoint, and it doesn't make it more valid than your viewpoint. Um, but the dismissiveness is just because there is, in my viewpoint, certain things that have very little validity, such as being a victim. There's very little validity in it. If there's a problem, solve it. If there's an issue, work towards it. But being the victim and just saying, look at me, I'm a victim, it's not taking any proactive action to ever solve the problem. And so I'm just using shorter words here, just the interest of conversation. But if we want to get into detail, I could hash this out and defend my points till the cows come home, right? So don't take it as, I'm just going, fuck this, this is stupid. Man, we could fight this if you want, right? We could have a constructive argument. Just want to be clear. I'm not some dismissive cow. Fuck this dumb, you're dumb, everything's dumb. It's like, I'm just summarizing for brevity. It's dumb. I mean, everything has its validity in some shred, but in the grand scheme, being a victim, arguably, is quite dumb. There's so much more productive ways to do things than to be a victim. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Anyways. God. Gun's a touchy political issue. Yeah. Yeah. I know people do voluntarily identify as victim. There's a lot of people that personally they're victim because it's an easier way to describe a lot of things. So roughly you could be a victim in a sense that, the world's confusing and hard and everything hurts. And so you're a victim because that's your identity now. You're always at odds. You're just going to fight the world and that's you now, right? There's people like that. Of course, there's people that fit every bit of the spectrum, but definitely the rise of being a vocal victim, being passionate about your problem, and embracing the problem to such a point that the problem consumes you is definitely on the rise, if I could qualify that. That is definitely a thing. Instead of tackling your problem, fighting it, putting your problem in a corner and saying, F you, it's now assuming it as your identity, embracing it as who you are, versus trying to arguably air quote correct it. Now, of course, that encompasses a broader scope of a lot of things, right? But I find that embracing is on the rise. The making it an identity is on a rise. Letting it define you is on the rise versus trying to fight it. So stoicness versus high emotional quotient, I guess, is the two points, right? There, you can't completely deny it, right? Just ignore it and it'll go away. It's not true. But fully embracing it and making it worse, arguably, I don't see the validity in that either. You got to find that middle ground ish. But I would lean more on the stoicness than I would on going hardcore emotional about things, because you're not using logic. You're just embracing how you feel, which is just hormones and chemicals, and often aren't true at all. They're just made up half the time, or due to a psychological issue or a breakdown, or in my case, a gut hormone issue, right? If I embraced how I felt, it would all be lies based on serotonin and the lack of melatonin and cortisol, right? It's all just bullshit in the end. It's a chemical romance, my dear friend. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Well, I don't like using labels, though, Yeah, labels are piss. But of course, as you just saw, I just talked for 20 minutes to try to say one simple thing, which is some people are, embracing being a victim. There, that took 20 seconds, right? Versus 20 minutes. But I wanted to get that brevity, not brevity, that verbose descriptor out of the way, because at least now you can understand that, I A, am capable, and B, my brain is over there, but I don't want to swamp. Every time you have a conversation, you don't want to have to establish 50,000 pounds of groundwork to have your little conversation. But, once in a while, it's good to just establish it's there, even if you're using simpler, less constructive terms because they're tiny. But it helps shrink the conversation, shrink the scope. And that's what labels are used for, compartmentalization, shrinking the scope, because the conversation's too big for them, right? I'm capable of that bigger conversation if we want to go there. But, it'll kill half the people in this stream if we try to go there, right? Because it's just too much, right? For most people to handle. So I try to find the balance, right? Whatever you guys can take versus, I'm capable. Let's go. Let's go to town, Flavor Town. I could talk for days. It's not aside from drawing from memory, I still have my ability to converse. I just can't seem to remember shit anymore for some reason. And I try to not think about it because it's a little scary losing your long-term memory, but you're losing your past, your identity, your everything, It's like Alzheimer's. But instead of losing your short term, you're losing your long term. It's not a fun feeling, but if you don't dwell on it, you tend to forget it. There's the benefit of memory loss. If you don't know you have a problem, you can't worry about it because it's not there. Checkmate, brain damage. Luckily, it's only hormonal. It's not permanent. Ugh. Yep. See you, Overkill. I don't know why Overkill goes for a haircut appointment when the bowl cut looks good on him. Just get Ma to put the bowl on your head. Yeah. And I get where you're coming from, Howard, and that's why I'm kind of trying to give you that broader perspective. You're looking at it from a kind, sweet, innocent person view, and I'm trying to give you the more general, broad view, because you're looking at the best in everyone, and unfortunately, humanity sucks 90% of the time, and it's up to the people that don't suck to find that tiny, tiny bit and elevate it. And there's definitely true victims, and it's nice when a victim, let's say sexual assault, instead of regressing as themselves being a victim, they realize that they were attacked. So they're victim as in I was victimized, but not victim as in I am the victim. I must be the victim, and I can never rise up. I'm always going to be that abused, hurt, damaged, impacted person, right? And that might be the semantics we're getting lost on. It's the embodiment of victimization, being the victim, more than a day, a week, an hour. It's a lifetime of no longer being able to move on because this is you now. I'm always hurt. I'm always damaged. This is acceptable. Hurting everyone around me is okay because I'm hurt myself, right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. It's that kind of victim. Everyone is victimized eventually. You're beaten, you're bullied, you're teased, you're ripped off, you're hurt, right? It's how you move on from that is what establishes your identity. And you're a sum of your actions, right? It's what you choose to do and how your cause and effect, right? It's your effects. You can look into your soul by seeing how you react to everything, right? And so anyways, I was just trying to paint that bigger picture, the spectrum of, true victims. I just got shot. I'm a victim. But do you cry for the next 30 years? Or do you walk it off? Or what do you do, right? And there's some people that I was shot in the leg 60 years ago, and therefore I can't do anything because of that. And that's the extreme other side, right? And I obviously like the other side of that, which is I just got shot in the arm. Well, I'm not dead. Keep moving, right? Keep growing, keep going. Okay, you just lost your business. You're got 50 lawsuits coming down the pipe. Fuck it. Do it live. Turn that around. Get your bootstraps. pull yourself up and go, right? And that's my mentality for dealing with strife. Whereas some people, they break down and they don't know how to deal with it. And so they end up falling on themselves, and then they embody that, and then they find strength in being hurt. And so that's their way of coping. And to me, it's kind of silly, but I understand where it comes from. But as a culture and an identity and a society, we definitely should not, arguably, go that way and validate it, because people are picking arguably the wrong way to deal with problems by just collapsing on them, and then we're lifting them up. It's like as much as it's going to piss people off, it's like applauding fat people. Oh, it's fine. It's fine to be 500 pounds. It's beautiful. And everyone is, right? We're validating arguably something that's very harmful to your health because you can't help it. And there's some people that can't help it. They're predisposed to being heavy, but a lot of it is bad choices. And by validating it, we're saying, okay, it's okay to be morbidly obese and going to be dead by 40 because your heart can't take it, because the human body can't take it, you know? So you got to find that line between shaming for the fact that you just don't like it and you're stupid and you just want to hate everybody, and accepting it blindly because that's the thing to do as a social justice warrior. You got to find that middle ground, which is, yeah, a little weight's healthy. We don't have to be starving models, but you can't be 600 pounds and think it's okay because, oh man, I mean, unless you want to die at 40, I mean, that's up to you. You can do whatever you want to do, but as a society, we should not be applauding everyone dying at 40 when we could all live to 90. But, you know, you do you, but as a society, you know, but then that's the larger argument. What is right? What is wrong? What values are right? Blah, 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 blah. And we could argue that. I'm not trying to say anything is right here. I'm just saying, you know, do we benefit as a society? I would say no, but that's me, right? Personal opinion. And, you know, you got your opinions, you do you. I don't care really. Because, you know, if you want to be 600 pounds and die at 40, it doesn't really matter. As a broader society, that affects my taxes. So it doesn't impact me. You know, your choices affect the bigger picture, right? Plus we lose you, you know, you're probably a great person and you probably have a lot of things to give. So why die at 40? Go die when you're 90, you know, be a crotchety old man, be a burden on society, you know? But, you know, if you want to go out in a blaze of pizza glory at 40, you know, who am I to judge, right? So don't get me wrong. I don't hate, you know, I don't care. It's just, we're having a conversation. So it's, but that goes down the road of, you know, identity, right? It's, you just double down. Well, you know, I have a bunch of issues that I can't control, health or psychological. You know, there's a reason for my weight. I'm not putting that down. Cool. But I don't want to correct it. So therefore, I'm just going to accept it as this is normal and everything is fine. And it's like, well, yes, that's kind of true. But no, it's not true, right? It's not everything's fine, because how are you defining fine, right? You're starting to stretch that out the door. You know, is it fine to die at 20 years old? Is it fine to have 1,000 issues and be a burden on society? Is it fine to not be able to fit in a door or a car? If you say yes, then it's true. It's true to you. And then that's philosophy, right? If everyone was like you, would society be fine? You know, could we cope? Our medical system couldn't cope, but could we just adjust our medical system? Yeah. But then that's philosophy, right? So it's an argument of what is right and what is true. And you could argue that till the cows come home, because there's no such thing as right or wrong or true, or it's all a matter of perspective, right? But I would make the argument, you know, you're better served as a human being, being alive longer, being alive healthier. You don't have to be super healthy. Go drink, go smoke, go do crazy things, die young, but you're not hitting your peak, I would say, by poisoning your body and being trapped to a couch, you know? But if that's what you want to do, that's perfectly fine. You know, it's just, it's just a larger conversation, right? There is no right or wrong. It's just perspective. So, yeah. Anyways, kind of digressed there, but we covered a bit of topics there. So, I was just using that as an example. You know, weight is there was a big push for different beauty standards, which is good, right? Women were getting horrible standards of what is right for body size, right? And then it went full pendulum to 400 pounds is okay, being 3 foot tall and 600 pounds is fine. And it's like, well, yeah, it's fine, but at some point we can't romanticize health issues. Having gaping holes in your face and seeping wounds is not fine. You'll get sepsis, you'll die. Diabetes is not fine. Driving yourself into diabetes is not good, if it's avoidable, right? Childhood diseases is not cool. Having polio is not a badge of honor, right? So it's, but I mean, that's my perspective, right? But you can see what I'm trying to say, right? Without re-saying it 1,000 times. It's just, there is no right or wrong, yes, but obviously there's something to be said about, not dying when you're 20. That's all, I guess. So anyways, a little bit of a touchy issue, but giving us something to talk about. I do love these kind of conversations, which is why I don't shy away from them. And I'm glad you can tolerate them, which is good. But yeah, you definitely have to keep an open mind. It's good to have personal views, but you have to be able to, understand that there is no right or wrong, and your points are more valid than someone else's. And there's arguably some truths, but even then, like rape and pillage was acceptable in 1879 AD. Now it's morally incoherent, right? It's still perfectly acceptable in the animal kingdom. Kill your neighbor, steal his shit, take his pride. Perfectly fine for lions. Not so fine in a society when we want to live 2 inches from each other and we don't want to murder each other. So if we want to go back to that, that's cool. We can be Vikings. We can go back to, old Europe, but we have to kill each other every day and fight. If we don't want to do that, we have to accept certain responsibilities. And this is a tribalism versus a society. And we could talk for a month about the idea of a social contract and the idea of a society and social rules and laws, right? But if we distill it down, arguably, you can do whatever the hell you want as long as you accept the consequences. And the consequences might be, I'll fight you or you'll fight me, right? So I can talk about anything, but there might be consequences. I might lose viewerships. I might lose the appeal of you or your goodwill. You might become hostile to me, right? But I choose to speak my piece, if you will, because I believe in it and I feel about it and I'm passionate about it. And I'm willing to accept those consequences because honestly, if you hate me, fuck it. That's your problem, right? I don't want you to hate me, but if you do because you can't tolerate a conversation, that's your problem, not mine, right? And so, it's that, right? So everything can be boiled down to that. If you want to rape and pillage, go for it. But the police with guns might argue against it, right? The person that you're doing it to would argue that, rape ain't good. And society would say the same thing. And I would say the same thing. And the person obviously is being violated. But to you, that might be perfectly fine. But society is going to kick you in the nuts for it, right? And technically, if we want to get real technical, it wouldn't be rape if the other person was cool with it. Then it would just be normal, good times, right? It's just when they don't want it, it becomes the negative. Just like one is assisted suicide and the other is murder, or one is driving recklessly and the other is driving as a race car driver, right? It's just the right place at the right time with everyone consenting. It's okay. But then when one goes the other, then you broke a moral rule or a normal law, a social law, right? Because, and yeah, you could talk for days about the idea of, what is right, how laws are formed, right? And I think that's far outside of the scope of this trading day, you know, because you could argue for decades about, you know, what's right, what's wrong. There's no solution there, you know. The rights of men. Yeah, that's something humans have been struggling with since, God, I don't know when. Yeah. Yeah. Freedom. You gotta stop getting kind of directional about people, though. Yeah. 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 I don't think people are getting mad. We're just having a conversation here. I wouldn't say people are getting mad, but definitely don't point at each other, though. I would say no one likes to be singled out, and no one likes the finger being pointed at them. And so, if you want to keep the temperature down, you know, I'm bringing up the conversation, right? I'm raising the temperature by talking about touchy issues, but that's fine. That brings up a little heat. But if you start pointing at people, start accusing, start slamming each other, then it's going to raise the temperature because people are going to start defending themselves. And when someone has to defend themselves, it then gets pushy, you know, fuck off, back up, get out of my face, right? And then that makes you defend yourself. And all of a sudden we have an escalation of force. An escalation of force, ran out of air. And then it spirals out of control if both sides can't back away, right? People fight for the fact that they're fighting, and then they fight about the fight, and then you see how that just spirals, right? So I'm not claiming some psychological superiority because I can, you know, push that aside. But if we're going to have these conversations, which we will, because I love them, and I don't want to shy away from them, but I will have to, though, if we can't do it civilly, right? If I'm going to start a fight every time I talk about things, then we can't fucking survive, right? As a community or a people. We have to learn how to, or either you have to learn or, you know, you have to start enforcing a little bit of draconian punishment if we can't, you know, keep it peaceful. So that's not directed completely at you, Freedom, but in a part it is. It's just keep it impersonal, you know. Yeah, someone might have pointed the finger at you, but don't reciprocate. If someone starts calling people out, I'll get after them. But if you reciprocate, then they're going to reciprocate, and the cycle does not break. So let them take their shots, let them call your names, let them do whatever, and then I'll go after them once they're isolated, right? Versus this big fight where everyone's just trying to defend themselves, right? So just keep the temperature down if you can, and everyone will be happy. So anyways, and the same backstop as well. This goes with everyone. Just drag it back a little because we got to take this temperature down. Exactly. Yeah, we're just having a conversation why this goes sideways. But yeah, if we're going to stay alive here and see each other each day, we can't get into a brawl. Got to be peace, love, and harmony here. You got to fake it till we make it. Yeah. Oh, it's all good, Howard. I trust you have the skill and the ability to not lash out on people. You know. We're good. You don't need to remove it. Well, it's fine. I'm just saying out loud, man. I'm reading this conversation in halves. I'm just saying, you know, if we keep it quiet. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I see what you want. I'm catching up on that chat here. There you go. There you go, Howard. I'm just catching up. Do remember, I don't read every single word you guys say all the time. I try to keep up, but I can't read and talk at the same time. So I have to look away, or I'll pause like I'm doing right now as I'm reading really fast to catch up. Yeah. Not to be dismissive like the colonials. Well done, Howard. Stick it to us. Stick it to us. Yeah, those natives. Yeah, that's a touchy issue now. But I would argue, though, native culture in Canada is heavily defined by being a victim. Just like black culture in the United States has a very strong streak of being a victim. But white victimization is now the new thing. You know, you're complaining that your phone bill is bad, and you know you're oppressed because you didn't get your food properly. Like it's you have so much, and so when your so much gets taken away, all of a sudden your life comes crashing down, and you know it's that level of victimization. You're not really arguably a real victim. You just feel victimized, and there's no, you're not. It's not to dismiss it, right? You're not invalidating it. It's just if you put it in perspective, can you really say on the if I put somebody that just came out of slavery and has never had a chance to do anything, and then you say, okay, somebody that's middle class and their AC breaks and they got to pay for it. It's like you had a luxury and the luxury got taken away. Are you the same level of victim as the person working 3 jobs and now has health bills because, you know, whatever, you know, it's that. It's keeping it in perspective. And then the person that had their AC break or their luxury taken away, they use that as their identity. You know, we're the oppressed, no longer have Starbucks every day group. My lawn got stepped on. My grass is too tall, and I can't have what I want. So now that becomes our identity. So, anyways, I was just trying to get to the extremes on that issue. To say that no one wants to be a victim, I would say is invalid, because there is people that want to be a victim, right? They obviously don't want to get hurt. That goes against their core, but they definitely double down on it, and they accept it as an identity. You know, who wants to get shot? But once you're shot, you know, it all of a sudden defines your life. You know, I don't want my car stolen, but when it does, now I'm a victim of car theft, and my life is completely defined by it, right? And that's kind of what I was trying to talk about. It's that whatever that is, you know, that accepting of victimization as an identity, whatever that is on the rise, and it's disconcerting is what I was talking about. Scroll. Yeah, and then that's what I'm talking about. If you attack the person with your statement, you have eliminated the chance of common ground. Yeah, and that's true. And you use labels, you dismiss them, you compartmentalize them. It's no good. And my name's talking about what I'm talking about, where it's nothing is ever their fault. There's that too, right? You know, there's victims. Everyone's been a victim at some point, and then it's how you move on from it. And Freedom's being a bit of a dick there. Yeah, you can't be like that, Freedom. Can't be snapping at people like that. Thank you, my name, for liking my conversation. Yeah. No, yeah, definitely Freedom. I was just reading up on your conversation. You can't be attacking people like that. I mean, I like you and all, but yeah, if you go start attacking people like that, it's, you know, yes, it's about speaking your mind. And yes, people being sensitive is one thing, but no one wants to have, you know, sit through a YouTube of somebody talking about people fighting, you know. You can't, they're here for this, right? So we can't be adversarial, and it's not fair to Howard to have to take it on the chin all the time. And it's not fair to you. So the best thing you can do is just kind of ignore it, move on, and if you can't, block the person. And we're here to make money and not enemies, as Shane just pointed out. as I'm scrolling. That's what we're here for. We can have conversations, but we're not here to fight each other. No one wants that. Yeah. All right, I'm catching up. So. Anyways, if I mean, I can take adversarial positions, but what I don't like is when you guys attack each other. It's good to have a conversation, but fuck it. Don't go after each other. And freedom, we've talked about this a few times. So let's just keep it good, keep it quiet. You know, it's good to be passionate, but not attack people, right? Yeah. You're right, Howard, but at the end of the day, it is your channel, right? It is my channel, and I'm suffering, you know, the viewer count has gone down 10 people, right? I'm suffering for the consequences of my actions, right? But, you know, it's good to have this out and get it over with, and so we can have these conversations because we're now understanding each other a little bit better, which is not to murder each other at the first sign of conflict, right? And we'll just get it over with. So, yeah, wrote facts, but facts is a matter of opinion, freedom. So let's not go down that road. I can definitely go toe to toe, freedom, if we want to. Yeah. All right. Good. As long as you understand to just bring it back, then we're good. But yeah, getting snippy, putting words in people's mouths. Oh, he was hurt. He's got feelings. I touched them. But you're personally poking the guy. You're slapping the guy with a stick. What do you expect him to do, right? If I just said, "Oh, freedom's so adversarial," and "Oh man, freedom just likes reacting to shit," and "Oh, well, it's just facts. It's just facts. He likes reacting to shit and getting angry," you know. It's like, you know, you can't expect you to be calm if that constantly is berating you, right? And we can't expect Howard to be, you know, emotionally a rock because like you and me, we're both dead on the inside, right? So we have to tolerate that, you know, Howard's a little bit more, you know, I wouldn't say emotional, but understanding and, you know, feeling, right? We're both dead on the inside, so we're in a different class. So we have to understand that we can't treat them like we treat ourselves, right? Burned out and depleted, depressed. Well, I'm not depressed, but psychologically broken. But anyways, all right. As long as it's good, as long as you'll behave, it's cool. He's probably got you blocked, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't want us fighting each other every time it goes red here. So we got a nice U shape here. So this last push is good. So I didn't really want to say anything, which is why we were talking. Because this was kind of like, fuck, it could go down. But this last push, it's got us back to the red. So I think, and I hope we're out of the fucking weeds. I hope. I just don't want to count this chicken and jinx it. Ugh. But yeah, this whole day has been pretty dicey. We started off with like a really shitty drop, and then it's like, we're holding, and then this, and it's like, fuck me, recovery, okay. Can't get through the green line, go back down. Okay, we're over the line, but then we're losing strength, and it's like, everything's good now. Fuck it. So I mean, we still might not be out of the woods, but we should, just based on technicals. Just give me a second and I'll read the chat. Yeah, so based on technicals, we should be able to get over the red line, but we have very little room. So if we complete the U shape, which is right here, the red line is what's stopping us right now. But if we do complete the U shape, we could at least get another, guess that's 12 cents. So anyways, at least we're somewhat better. So now when you complete a U shape, as you guys know, you expect a roll, right? So this could be the roll. Usually it's about 2 to 3 minutes and then we come back up. So yeah. One PM stoner push. Yeah, I hope. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So if we can just tone down the temperature, that'd be great. And I know you don't really like that personality backstop, and I can see it, but he's going to keep responding every time you write. And as much as that personality sucks, and I, can't say, I get what he's trying to say, and I get what you're trying to say, and I don't really want to get in the middle here and have you both fight it out, but if we can just let this go, that would be good. Yeah. Oh, what question, Augie? I lost it. I don't mind talking anything. What's your view on race-based policies and reparations? Anything that's race-based, I would argue is bad. But if it's culture-based, then like judging people based on race straight off the gate is stupid. Judging people like saying, okay, all natives are going to have this. All natives are likely to have this. That's valid. So you can tailor your initial contact until you can understand the person based on race. I'm cool with that. A lot of people, want to be blind to race, but race defines culture, which defines your experiences and your childhood to some extent, or at least in the broader strokes. So I can say someone from Haiti or Somalia or someone from the US is going to have this kind of experience most likely, and therefore will react this way most likely, right? So you can use that. Canadians are this way, Americans are this way. That's on a national level, but you can do it on a race level to some extent, as long as it's localized to an area. But to lower like standards just because of the color of your skin is stupid. If you were to go out and say, okay, this group of people are marginalized, that's going to involve all colors, right? So this whole idea that, just because the color of your skin means you're a victim or means that you're going to suck or you're going to excel, Asians are not predisposed to math. It's beaten into them. White people are not predisposed to eating chocolate bars. We just like them, It's just, it is how it is. And, some white people hate chocolate bars and are now crazy vegans, to use extreme examples, right? I have an Asian friend and he is not good at math and I am bad at math, but it's just because he wasn't, given that royal treatment because he was born in Canada, right? So race-based stuff is kind of stupid. You have to judge each person by their core, but you can't do that. So you have to use a little bit broader strokes, but race is a very broad stroke. Culture, much smaller stroke, because you either subscribe to it or you don't. I subscribe to a North American style culture. Cool. If I was born in Japan and I was white, I would not be like this. I would not talk like this, right? So you judge me based on white, and then I'm all of a sudden the same in North America as I am in Japan. Incorrect, right? But if you judge me based on culture, I might deviate from the Japanese way, but I'm still fairly similar, right? Or in somewhere in there. Or you find out I'm completely abnormal, and then you treat me as an abnormal. Fine. But at least you were kind of in the ballpark when you started. and then you adjust, right? Whereas if you set the standard at white, you were wrong or you were absolutely right. And, you don't adjust, right? Anyways, so that would be my response on that. So, yeah. Yeah. I can handle any topic because it's not hard. Once you get down to the facts, or at least you get down to the bottom part, there's no right or wrong, but you can at least lay out the cards and say, there's the cards, and leave it at that, because you can't say it's right or wrong. You just can say, here it is, qualified. And then you can argue for the rest of your life whether it's right or wrong, because meh, exactly. So, I do have the yellow fever. Do look out, Howard. I'm coming for you. I'm still waiting on Howard's amazing generosity in his tea. There's going to be, although I'll have to drink the tea like on weekends because it's going to fuck my health up, but I'm looking forward to Howard's secret stash. If he hasn't left the chat, if he's still with us. Yeah. Yeah. I wish, although the lady that I do like, she's pretty bad at math as well. Although every other Asian girl I've dated has been extremely good at math. So much so they're working out math problems why I'm doing stuff. Like I ordered a pizza and the lady was dividing the ratios of ingredients to the pizza to figure out which one was the best price. And I was like, this is useful information. But it's like, but she's in that mentality of like looking everything. Math is a language, right? And she's using it and applying it to the world around her, where I look at shapes, patterns, and ratios visually because I can't do math, right? And that's my coping mechanism. But she speaks in the language of the maths. And it's like, oh my God, my brain would just break if I had to try to do math all the time. But I guess it's so easy for her that it's like talking. Anyways, so yeah, the one I really like though is not good at math. It's a moral of that story. But every other one has been pretty good. I've only known out of, let's say, 50 or so Asian guys I've known, maybe 5 or 6 of them have been bad at math. And about 4 of them are incredible, like savant level math. The rest of them have been like, good to above good, because there was a heavy focus in their childhood, usually for math. Yeah, I'd still say it's above average math skills for most Westerners, though, when I compare them. But then they're using it, right? They're driven by it, be it culturally or parental. I don't know, because I know it's heavy in the education system, but they're Canadians, so it must be their parents. But I don't know their parents because I don't live in their household, right? So I can't really speak to it. But they do tell me, they had heavy schooling in it, and their parents would spend time with them focusing on math, right? So where my parents had to give up on math on me because my brain wasn't there and still isn't. So, but they gave me books and they gave me science and they gave me computers and the internet, right? So I grew with knowledge and just avoided math, right? And I made do. So you cope, you're missing a leg, you cope, right? And that's very human way to do things. So I end up like this turd trading stocks that are now blasting off. Oh, thank God. Got through that red line. Or thank the deities, because not really God, but finally. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Good job, Augie. Yeah. Yeah, well, there's that too, Augie. I don't think in the States they're really doing race-based requirements. They're doing they're having a frank conversation about race, um, which is long overdue, but the problem I'm seeing is that it's you have your intellectuals that are having this conversation at the college level, and now it's coming into the broader conversation, the public consciousness, and they don't really know how to talk about it. And so it's just become passion and anger and vocalization and yelling, and the intellectuals are crushed, and um the people that are, in between are trying to defend themselves, and then the conversation becomes that of a defensive fight versus one looking for the truth, right? Because and hate me for this or not, the problem with a lot of this race-based conversation is that you have people that were victims that are no longer victims, that are acting as victims, and something that happened 50 years ago is somehow affecting an 8-year-old child now, and he grows up because his parents and his parents and his parents told him to hate. And not exactly hate, but there was a system that was out to shit on them, and there's still things in the system that shits on them, but you can rise above it, you can move on, you can go and be whatever, right? But there's that sense of this historic victimization that gets passed on from child to, it's like the Greeks hating the Turks. They've been hating them since like the fucking Persians invaded Macedonia. And it's like, you can move on, but it gets ingrained because it gets passed on, right? And so I'm not trying to minimize the problem in the States, but for the conversation to happen, people have to stop the victimization cycle. So people have to stop doing it, stop creating it, and people have to stop being the victim. And when both sides can walk away from it, then you can start having the conversation, right? But dumping it on the public that's not ready for it, I think is going to cause a lot of issues. And that's really what you're seeing in the States, I think, where they're trying to have this conversation, but you have people still committing race crimes. And then you have people that are still holding on to race crimes from 120 years ago. And until you give up the ghost and until you get rid of the Ku Klux Klan, you can't move on, right? You can't tell a person to just suck it up when he's constantly being beaten every day. And you can't tell people to get over things when they're seeing new victims coming down the pipe. And it's like, you gotta fucking figure this out, right? So anyways, I don't have a solution for that because I'm not the president, but that's my view on it. So they're trying, and it's just making kind of a mess, right? So I think one day the states will figure it out, but they really have to break the cycle, right? Something has to go. And I don't know how they're going to do it, and hopefully it's not going to be like a civil war or violence, I hope. But you can't just keep asking people to take it. They're going to break, and then it's going to get nasty. And, you're going to have your Black Lives Matter, but, actually, better example, you're going to have your Black Panthers is what's going to happen, right? You're going to have a hostile escalation. Black Lives Matter will turn into the new version, and they'll start fighting. And then the other side will just fight because they have to fight. And then you'll go into an all-out brawl over what, right? Well, not over what. One side's being a victim and getting murdered and hurt, and the other side's now just fighting because they have to. So it's a needless escalation when the government could have just done their damn job, right? But I don't know. I don't get it. And hopefully, though, it doesn't come to blows, I hope. And that's really, with the natives in Canada, that's where it's going as well, right? They're becoming more militant and more angry and more hostile and more violent over the perception that they're not being heard or, they're not being treated properly. But I mean, the world is being given to them, but they want something else. And the refusal of not getting it is getting them into, I wouldn't say a temper tantrum, but they're becoming more adversarial because that gets attention, right? and there's a risk that they'll get more and more and more violent just because it draws attention. But I think they're testing the public on our goodwill, you know, blockading the railroad, setting fire to buildings, smashing stuff, blacklisting anyone they disagree with. You know, at some point, we get it, but this is not the way to have dialogue, right? But of course, that's always the argument of the oppressed, is that the dialogue is broken, everything's broken, and there's only one way, and it's our way. And it's like, yeah, yes and no, but nothing ever was solved well by pointing a gun at each other or a sword. You know, that's why diplomacy exists, right? So, but anyways, that's a huge topic. So, yeah. Yep. No, it's all good. It's all good, Augie. I like these conversations. Well, yeah, if you look at Ortex, and Ortex says that shorts were covering, right? That would be buy-ins. Sell-offs don't make any sense. You know? Why would we have a sell-off in bursts of sell-offs? Yeah, unless like well, you said the convertible bonds doesn't have anything to do with it, but those numbers did line up pretty well, though. I don't know, maybe they're doing housekeeping and they had to sell off, or maybe it's institutional sell-off, like someone's getting out of a position or something. If that's the case, we would see that on Tuesday. So 3 days later, we would see the filing. Maybe somebody was getting out. But they were really oddly timed. They were timed on every kind of up run. They really did, I wouldn't say manipulation, I hate that, but it really did look like somebody was trying to stop every run, or they were trying to buy low, sell high, and they were just day trading with like a lot of money, like millions. And that doesn't make a lot of sense because they were using market orders, they were dumping money. So they're losing money every time to some extent. So it doesn't make a lot of sense why anyone would be doing that. So I don't know. I haven't quite figured that one out. Getting back to stocks. A little weird. It looks like it's calmed down a little bit here. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit. We did have a little burst here, but that was positive. It's looking better though. Yeah. Oh, that is David. You get to set the message of the day, David. So if you want anything up for the next 2.5 hours, that's your winning from yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, not to. I'm an outsider to American culture, and I'm definitely an outsider to African American culture in the States. But I try to stay, understanding, right? And from my viewpoint, there's a lot of cultural like reinforcing of being victims, right? And so each generation is, instilling hatred and that sense of conflict and strife. And you see it a lot in Black culture, distrust, angriness, how to express yourself is this way. And you can see it with like Chris Rock's comedy, any of the Black people that are air quote traitors to their kind. Like there's so much hostility for people that go white, if you will. And it's like, how is white a culture? It's just the way things are. And okay, if the way things are not correct, fine. There's ways to change that, right? But it doesn't involve, you know, how is living in poverty, fighting each other and being mad at everything because you don't understand it, the dominant culture? How can you argue that should be the dominant culture, right? So that goes into the greater picture of victimization, but they're passing that along, right? Whereas like my parents, my grandpa had a hard time, his grandpa had a horrible time, or no, his dad had a horrible time, my grandpa's dad, right? But my dad had an okay time, but they acted as a barrier, right? All their problems, they didn't pass them on to me. It was more of like, you know, shield me from the shit in the world and help me grow before the world crushes me, right? Versus dumping the world on me, which I have white friends that had the world dumped on them and they're angry and they're living in trailer parks and, they're on the street. But that's nature, nurture, and all that sort of stuff, right? But arguably, if you know that doing that causes that, then don't do it, right? And then that boils down to parenting and culture and all that sort of stuff. Shitting on your children is not going to make good children, right? And that's the bigger conversation we have to have as a society, as a world. And I think some groups of people aren't ready for that. They don't want to take responsibility that being mean, abusive, or hostile or angry at the world isn't productive. And if you pass that to your children, they're going to think that's right. And then they pass it to their kids, and the cycle of violence, hatred, abuse all continues, right? And that's the conversation we got to have. And good luck with that one. You even bring that conversation up and it pisses people off, right? So, yeah. Anyways, people say I should get into politics, but the problem is I have to face that conversation, right? I would have to sit people down and say, look, if we want to move forward, let's have this talk. And there's tons of wonderful, smart people in politics, but they can't have this talk or they lose their seats, right? So you have to accept I wouldn't say the big lie, but you have to accept the way things are, because if you rock the boat, you're out. And it's like, that's not the way to run a country. And actually you see that with broader issues, the Republicans and the Democrats, they have to appeal to their base, right? So they perpetuate problems because they can't fix them, or they risk, lack of reelection, right? And that's, do we want to move forward as humans, or do we want to just keep shoveling the same shit sideways? And that's really, the conversation we got to have, right? Yeah. Yep. Yep. I mean, I don't like the whole agree to disagree my name, because it, if someone's fundamentally wrong, like, it's like, well, you have to agree with me or agree to disagree with me. And it's like, no, if you're fundamentally wrong, like way out in the wrongvilles, there's certain things that are truths and you're not even there. It's like, no, but you don't need to prove your point. You have to, I get what you mean though. You have to be able to just say like, this person's beyond help, and let them to their own devices, right? If they think murdering and killing and selling drugs and shooting up schools is a valid way to express themselves, then they're going to have to deal with the police, right? You're not going to be the one to fix that. You may fundamentally say, look, killing people isn't probably a great idea. That goes against everything I work for. You might think it's a great idea. And my options are either I fight you right now and stop you, or let someone else stop you later. So we have to make our choices here and here, right? But I wouldn't agree with the person in any means, or disagree with the person, and just you're not even in that field. Like, you're a menace to society. No. But yeah, I mean, it's an extreme example, but you get where I'm going with that. Well, no. I mean, there's certain things where it's like, there's no such thing as right or wrong, right? And so facts are subjective, but there's certain things like, if you throw a ball at my head, it's going to hurt me. And you can't argue that that ball is not going to hurt. There's certain things like that, right? If I push you off this cliff, there's a very high chance you're going to die. Those are just facts, right? If I put a bag over your head, you will suffocate. Facts, right? Certain things like that. Now, is it right or wrong to do those things? Different story, right? But, you know, some people are way out. They think they're Superman, or, you know, they can justify their position because everything's going to come up Millhouse. And actually, you see it with the stocks. People just wish that the stock will go up. They think that, you know, just because they have some virtue, diamond hands or whatever, that they can will the stock, right? And I've tried to kind of instill that mentality into the group here that, you know, it doesn't work that way. The market is actually a very nice, you know, you want to be a racist, a sex mongerer, a pedophile, whatever. Market doesn't care. It will crush you and spit you out, right? Where at least in society, you can argue your case. The market does not care. You cannot argue your case. It does not listen. It doesn't like your bullshit. You either get with it or get without it. And it's a great equalizer as a result. It's uncaring. Yeah. Cannot be swayed. But people try to use human traits, right? Try to guilt it, try to appeal to it, bargain with it. Nope. Not happening. Yeah. Well, no, Newton's law is just a theory, you know, because we can't prove anything that's not made by humans, right? We're just talking about it. We can't prove gravity is real. We know there's a force that pulls us down, but is it caused by blank? You know, what's the root cause of that? We can only go down to the subatomics. Well, once we get into the quantum state, what gets the quantum state going, right? Like, we can only chase that so far, right? Just like a tree, the name for a tree, we don't know the true name for a tree. We have no way of knowing until aliens come and tell us that they made us and they established the name as blank. Hence, we have millions of names for the tree. None of them are technically proper, right? But that's philosophy. So, yeah, you got it, Augie. I agree to disagree that this stock does not want us to be rich. Well done. Yeah, and I fully agree, my name. I just saw your line above. I don't know why I missed that. And especially as a bartender, you just can't do it. It's not good for your professional career, and it's not good for your day to day. I don't really know how to explain it, but like as a public figure, right? You're exposed to, let's say, thousands of people, but to each of those people, you're just one person. So they come up to you and they, you know, introduce themselves, say stuff, tell you about themselves and whatever. They've expended 1 unit of energy. That was the 800th time you've heard that today. You've expended 800 plus units of energy, but they don't see it that way, right? And so, yeah, as a bartender, you couldn't. If you started talking religion, you would have the same conversation with 20,000 people and you'd be fighting every moment of your day, right? And it's the same thing as me, as even if I was in politics or doing this stream. We can't have this conversation every day because I can handle it, but you guys can't handle it. And eventually it's going to be, you know, too much, right? It's going to be 200 people asking questions. And that's not what this stream's about. And I'll burn out eventually. You know, I'm pretty good about this, but you know, eventually you're just like, oh fuck, I can't have the same conversation for the same time. I'll burn out eventually. Yeah, yeah, I fully agree. Yeah, yeah, and I agree with that too, Trent. People limit, you know, a lot. And society, people limit themselves and they don't even realize it. You know, they think, you know, here's what we can do. This is my limits. I've tested my limits. And then all of a sudden they find out, no, the human form is incredible. We can do so much more than we think we can. And I fully agree. You know, like even me with this sickness, you know, I'm technically limitless. My body just keeps shutting down on me, but ultimately I can push through it. It's going to suck. It's going to hurt. And I'm going to throw up a bunch of times. But ultimately, push comes to shove, you know, do or die. I can dig down deep, right? I just don't want to because it's horribly uncomfortable. But, you know, if I thought I was limited by this disability, I'd be stupid. It does put limits, but you can overcome limits if you try hard enough and don't mind the consequences, which is blurred vision, puking, nausea, muscle locking up, mild heart attacks. You know, well, yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, once you realize what you can do, it's, oh man. Yep. Yeah, I fully agree. And that's why I like these kind of conversations. As much as it's hard on a lot of people, it stimulates the brain. It gets you thinking. It helps, you know, solidify the neurons that establish your reality, your perception, and you get different views and you get, you know, to feel that kind of, I don't know what to call it, intangible essence that is humanity, that is existence, you know, you get to probe it, I guess, versus just eating, sleeping, waking up and doing it again. Being able to talk about existence is a little bit reassuring, I guess. And it's good to find like-minded people, you know. But anyways, not very conductive to a stream, which is why we're at 20 people. But I appreciate all the ones that survived. Yeah. 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 It always boils generally down to childhood. And so it ends up being generational, either self-inflicted or inflicted by a government or a body or whatever, right? Like, you know, I'm grown up to taught that I have to get a job and I have to work and, you know, white people values, I guess, right? But then it's like, why do I need a job? Why can't I just lead a country or why can't I do this, right? But your parents set those limits for you, right? They tell you what you can and cannot do, you know, set your mind down from being an astronaut that shoots lasers while fighting sharks. But really, I wanted to fucking do that. And there's Elon Musk. I'm going to do it, right? Now he got lucky because he's got the money, but you know, the point is, yeah, we define our own limits, right? Partly our parents define them for us, but you know, we reinforce them when we get older. So if you can't look down deep and say, fuck it, I need to break from these chains, well, you're going to be in those chains, my dear friend. Yep. I would argue that it's not rich versus poor. I think it's people versus people. It's those that have power and those that want power is really the fight. Money is just a number qualifier, but really it's all about power. Those that want it and those that have it and want to keep it, right? That's the real conflict. I wouldn't say it's a clear break with AMC. We're up, but I don't think we're so we had our dip and it broke. That's good. But we're not, we got to get over this white line here, which is where we're trending now. Really, we need to knock out this stupid -4%. We're getting late in the day. It's almost 2 o'clock. So I don't know if we can get much more height. I'm hopeful, but because these are looking pretty good. But I don't know. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Trent. Yeah. Controlling information is just a means of controlling power, right? Those that know, those that don't know. Okay. And there you go. Message of the day. Sour hour might help. Yep. Exactly. I feel like I need some ice cream. Anyways, I appreciate you guys that all survived that conversation. It was good. Got my brain all stimulated. I know we lost a few people, some of the rugs, but I don't want to say oh well because I don't like pissing people off, but you can't really apologize for conversations. But that's up to them. I do like this TV. That was a smart idea. Oh, I got to get out of this hole. What am I at? 56, 64 average. Jeez. Exactly. All right, ice cream time. Oh, tasty, tasty ice cream. Yeah. You buy the highest dip? Yeah, I'll get a lemon up for you. We are cult after all. All right, be right back.
Oh, all right. Just hovering. So if you've been following the stream a while, you'll know that I have a love affair between, a love affair with, not between, with hot dogs and ice cream. Yeah. No. I was just talking about the viewer count because we were talking about some hot button issues. But yeah, gets my brain going. I'm glad to have you all with me. Nonetheless, gives me some entertainment. Why I have to sit and look at these stocks anyways. But yeah, I would wish we can get some green for sure. Oh yeah, hot dogs and ice cream. Put them together. Yeah, I don't know why I like dairy so much, but so humans always think we're so unique. Like, oh, I really like ice cream. Well, if you boil it down, you'll end up finding out that whatever. So I recently found out I have this stomach issue that causes hormonal issues, which is basically it's an irritated bowel that leaks stress hormones. Except milk is non-acidic. It calms my insides, right? Well, aside from the dairy causing issues, but it's calming, right? So anything that's calming, I like. So I have a natural affinity to it. So as much as I'm like, I like ice cream, it's like, no, my body likes it because of the happy biological effects. So I'm drawn towards it. So it's like your genetics are correcting you. And it's like, son of a bitch. Here I thought I was making choices. Wrong. Your body just leads you to it. So now I got to figure out why I like potatoes so much. Or why do Irish people like potatoes so much? Do we have like a deficiency in potassium? Like, is there a genetic reason that French fries, we crave them? I don't know. I'm curious about that. Because yeah, when the doctor told me I had I had this since the beginning of my life, I was like, my whole life's been a lie. Damn. Here I thought I was making choices. Wrong. Yeah, hot dogs and ice cream, I don't think that would taste good. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to use that next psych eval. Well, maybe it's just because I'm legend, wait for it, dairy. Yeah, the potato poop gif. Yeah. It's too bad you can't do gifs in YouTube. Yeah. I could actually, oh, speaking of that, oh, you just reminded me. Come on, long-term memory. Don't Pogos and Caesar salad dressing. Oh my god. I don't know what it is, but the anchovy ranch kind of taste on the cornbread pogo. Holy crap, it's like drugs. Like drugs. I was just, I'm like throwing shit on pogos for fun, and I was like, what? It just blends in perfectly. Oh my god, it's so good. I ate like an entire box of pogos. But yeah, give that a try. That was something. You're like, you think it's stupid, but it just blends so nicely. Oh, same with melted American cheese on a hot dog bun. with the hot dog, very good. Microwave it, let it melt. It's excellent. None of that canned spray cheese. All right, that was good. Have a milkshake for lunch. We're just trucking sideways. No Jack in the Box here, no. They're well known for their milkshakes, aren't they? Although milkshakes aren't too hard to do, but no one really does them here except for McDonald's. And McDonald's milkshakes are not milkshakes. They're more shake than milk. Just like their ice cream is uses icing sugar. So it's like, I don't know what it is, but not what I consider ice cream. Oh, yeah. Chili cheese hot dogs? Excellent. I make that all the time. Okay. So it's their tacos. Okay. 49. Yeah, it's late in the day. It's 2 o'clock. But we're holding. I think we might be able to get another run to 52. Because we do have a little bit of an upwards inflection here. We got 2 support lines. We got a bit of an upwards inflection, so maybe we can do it. Oh yeah, no, that shit's good, and that's very similar to what I'm talking about. You don't think it's good? I don't really like ranch that much, but ranch is basically Caesar salad dressing. It's essentially the same. But yeah, it's the anchovy paste in the Caesar salad dressing that it goes well with anything that lettuce can work with. So put a taco in there, pogo, even hot dogs. It's not bad. I don't know. Just, yeah. Oh, yeah. Buttermilk ranch. Oh, sweet Lord. Yeah. That goes very well with tacos. I can actually taste it right now. Oh, yeah. That shit is good. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of like chicken tendies in buttermilk ranch, but a taco. Yeah. Because it goes so well with that tortilla bread. The tortilla bread kind of nukes that ranch taste, and then all the insides. Fuck, now I want a taco. I know what I'm doing after this stream. Gonna make me a buttermilk ranch taco. Oh, it looks like you might be right there, Freedom. Yeah, yeah. No, it's good. I mean, you have to like ranch. Most people can drink ranch. You can just drink it. But then the vinegar zing gets to you. So you got to put some food in there to suck up the vinegar. And then you're just enjoying the taste of ranch. It's like people in ketchup. Like there's Canadians that can just drink ketchup. They put it on everything. They drowned everything in ketchup. And it's like, fuck. You're not even tasting the food anymore. It's just an excuse to eat ketchup. Actually, or people with mayonnaise. Some people like it's just an excuse to eat more mayonnaise. David. Well, I'm a Caesar salad. Actually, out of curiosity, I'll take a poll. What's your favorite salad dressing? I'm Caesar. Maybe sometimes Russian or French. A good French is breathtaking. But yeah, no, my sister, it's like I swear she just eats ketchup. I have friends that just dump ketchup on everything. It's like I swear you just eat food so you can have more ketchup. Italian. Light or heavy Italian? Western. Western's good, which is basically a mayo. Your Western's orange, right? It's basically a mayo blend with what's the main ingredient? I think it's a French. Yeah, it's French spiced up. It's a mayo based vinaigrette. Okay, you're anti mayo. Okay, okay, yeah, okay. So we got Western Italian. Yeah, yeah. A Western, I think Western doesn't exist, but it was made off of. I shouldn't say it doesn't exist. It was birthed from one of the, originals, if you will. Yeah, I think it's a French that's got tweaked. I'm not sure. I used to know all this when I used to cook all the time because I was like, "Ooh, this Western's so good," and it's like, just take this, add this, poof. You're like, "Oh, crafty restaurant." They just slap two ingredients. I can't remember what they are. I think it's not anchovies. It's there's a spice, an ancho or anchovy or something, and that's a type of pepper. Ancho peppers. Is that what it's called? It has a very unique taste, and then they bury it in mayonnaise to help it not taste like death. Wine and cheese dressing? I never heard of that. Wine and cheese. How would you blend that together? Red? White? Hmm. Actually, that would be pretty good. Yeah, if you took a red wine and smashed in a bunch of cubed cheddar, that would take out the tannins, which would deepen the cheese. Oh, that would be pretty good. You get drunk pretty quick, though. I eat a lot of cheese, or used to. Yeah, because grapes and cheese go wonderful together. Make a kebab just out of grapes and cheese and chill them in the fridge and eat them on a hot day. Whew, man, that's good stuff. Now I'm friggin' hungry. Savory ranch without the ranchiness. Okay. Yeah, because what is it called? It's an Arkansas white dressing, they call it, but essentially it's just ranch minus the ranch taste. Because I think the ranch taste is caused by it's celery. I think it's celery powder that gives ranch its weird ass taste. Oh damn. Yes, yes, Doctor Overkill. Yes. There's fuck, maybe I should do that on the weekend. There's a place nearby that makes custom hamburgers and they got a blue cheese one. And there's just enough meat to get rid of that sour mold taste. And then you just get that nice blue. Oh god. Every bite of that hamburger was like heaven. It was so good. But it was like $6 a hamburger. It was like and that seems like, not a lot, but at $6 retail, I got to cook it. It's like, oh my god. That was heaven. It's dill powder. Okay, it's dill powder. Okay. Yeah, I was just guessing there. Dill. Good job, David. Hey, we have other choices here. Does your bar sell a Reuben? Are those popular anywhere in the States? A good Reuben is life-changing. Oh, I'll definitely accept any type of mailed food gifts. Faux show. Or at least I can make it if you give me the I guess you're saying it's packaged. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Reubens are kind of rare in Canada, but whenever I see it on the menu, oh, we have Montreal smoked meat and they do a Reuben with it. Oh, good rye bread, fresh rye bread with smoked meat is life-changing. Life-changing. Yeah. Yeah. Same with if you haven't had it, an Arnold Palmer, half black tea and half lemonade. That's also life-changing. It's one of my favorite drinks. Because I like black tea, but it needs to be sweetened. And then you have lemonade, which is inherently too sweet. And it's like, good fucking choice. Yeah, sure. I can do that. I'll send it to you on Discord. Where are you? Oh. Okay. Okay, I got a few PMs from the OGs. Not too happy with our conversation today, but I'll deal with that later. Where are you? Oh, thank you, Chatty Cathy. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. There you go. That's how you would send mail to me. I'll get to that later. Yeah, I'm hungry now. Well, I definitely would not have voted Trump, so really you got two options, right? Yeah. I can't vote for anybody that puts, themselves or business over people. Even in Canada, it's hard to vote that way because the only party that does put people first here is so fiscally irresponsible. It's like, ugh, I want to love you, but you'll bankrupt everybody and everything you touch. And it's like, can't we just find a fucking middle ground? But that's my fault for not doing politics. Oh, I got your message, Tom. I'll get to it when I finish this stream. No hard feelings. And thank you of the chatty of the Cathys for sending me some wine and cheese dressing.
a message here. Okay, and one more. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought I had a message from Tom. Where did it go? Didn't you send me a message, Tom? Oh, maybe it was Tom Hanks. Did you send me a message earlier, Tom? And I just closed it? I'm confused. On Discord. And I think I might have confused you with... oh, okay. I've confused you with Howard. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. You really should talk to Howard. He's friggin' Tom Hanks. All I can think of is Tom Hanks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't go on Discord until after the stream generally. But I needed to talk to... Oh. I needed to talk to the Cathys. Okay. Done, 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 and done. Gapping up. This doesn't look like it. No, the red's already kicking in. All right. Do. Speaking of Hunger Games, I did just eat some ice cream, and now all I can think of is ranch dip tacos. So delicious. Fuck, those are so good. I completely forgot about them. I haven't had them in probably 10 years. But I can still taste them because they're so good. Damn. And I don't have any ground beef or anything to make tacos right now. I could chop up some dog food. Soak it in water. Might work. Well, today's Friday, eh? So as soon as this stream's over, I can go, grocery shopping. Aw, yay. No, it's all good, GameStock, and thank you for being here. And you'll find out if you win on Tuesday. Try not to get COVID or butt herpes or whatever else you might catch in Florida. The meth. Don't catch the meth. It just comes back twitching. You guys got some of those AMC shares? All right, have fun. Sideways, so we're not seeing any strength in the red, which is good. So here you have basically an up, then a retraction, right? Kind of like this. And then you'll have a continuation. And then that's also your power end shape.
but it's just this part's been dragged out, so it's like this. All right, and then you can just draw that and see, it looks the same. But the idea is the same, which is when it reaches here, it'll take off. So if red isn't, if you're going up here and you're doing a roll, right, and the roll's not strong, then the roll's going to go over time. It's going to be like this, which then allows you to go whoop, right, versus like that. And it's kind of, this represents time, and this represents direction, up and down, right? Because a stock technically only goes up and down, but it gets dragged out over time, so the patterns form based on the time component. So this is probably now going to collapse because we hit probably the 50% mark. So if it doesn't bounce, which it shouldn't, and go up, or if we don't get a big green that crushes it, then this will probably pull us back down to the line. Yeah. Unless we can get some energy. All right, I'm going to see what I have in my freezer. I'm friggin' hungry now. Maybe I'll just get some Caesar salad dressing and throw it on some chicken tendies and pretend it's a taco. A chicken taco. All right, perfect. So I just did a bacon Caesar wrap. Sorry, chicken bacon Caesar wrap. Just took a chicken burger, threw it on a tortilla, covered it in ranch. Sorry, Caesar. Tossed in some microwave bacon. Job's done. And as Rob Swanson once said, and no vegetables. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, and to answer your thing, Overkill, yeah, you want to mail me stuff? Sure. I mean, why? Just don't send me a random poop spam mail. Oh, no, no vegetables. No king vegetables. There, we'll put in some lemon Red Bull. Lemon Bull. There you go. Lemons and bananas. Just don't confuse the two. Nice push. Nice bush. Looks like the lemon bowl's taken effect. Oh, that was a good burrito. Sweet. Not yet, no. So let's see here. Gantt box. Yeah, so we're failing at the 50% line, essentially. So we're not completing the thing, which kind of makes sense. We shouldn't be making new highs in the afternoon. So for us to complete this box, even this, yeah, if we drag it up to where it was, oh my lord. Come on, clicky click. Okay, so if we drag it up to where it is, right? Yeah, either that or we tried to push through and stopped at the 38-40% line. And then we rolled, recovered, then failed, and now we're dwindling off. I'd expect us to probably dwindle down from 3 o'clock onwards, but people may be buying in for Monday since today was not horrific. Yeah, but no, not a couple handle on the whole day. Yeah, because if it was a handle, if we drag this down to here, so this guy, it doesn't meet, and even if it did, this is not a big enough roll for the day. It would have been a roll that would be like this, so it would have gone about 20 minutes in a curve. So that speaks to it being much smaller or a failure. Like this guy here is an okay size for this guy. Where this bigger guy, he needs a little bit bigger than this. You know, it should have gone up higher. So it looks like it's a failure that saved itself, and then now it's dwindling back down. But it's definitely trying. It's got these wisps. Yeah, it's very very funky. Okay. Settled some conversations. Life is good. 175. Okay. We're getting there. Do. Better than it was earlier. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, it was, holy crap, was it terrifying here. I was cursing like a sailor. I was like, if it just fuck. Yeah, that was pretty intense. Because that sharpened up and the volume was bigger than the start of the day. So it's like, oh, sweet Lord. Luckily, it found some support line and bounced, which is what I thought it would do. So I bought in on this dip because I'm like, it's going to bounce. Even if it bounces and rolls, we should get at least a bounce somewhere. Luckily, it's gone up afterwards. But man, this morning was not good. A little bit dead throughout the midday, but we're getting used to that. You know, it's stocks. They're not always crazy good. But yeah, we held a couple of drops here that tried to pull us down. The early ones were severe, but that's just because we were climbing out. But these guys here could have been bad. But then here onwards, all the red is muted. So once we got past the midpoint of leveling out, again, you know how U shapes, you break down in the middle. So once we passed the middle, that was it. Now you start to see positive green, bigger green, smaller reds. And that's where we are now. Now we failed the U shape, but it's a Friday. I don't expect us to go up, but you can see we're trying. So yeah, whatevs. Yeah, backstop unfortunately bailed, but he got out. He got out safely, but unfortunately he can't day trade, so he can't get back in. But that was pretty friggin' dangerous. I really was sweating balls trying to hold on to that one. I was like, nah. Yeah. Oh man, I'm glad it worked out though, or I would have been out another $5,000. Jesus. Oh, scaling back, eh? Forget the clouds. Yeah, you're gonna come and. Oh, it was scary. Yeah, it's one thing to look at it after the fact. It's a whole different thing to live through it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully you don't miss out on a surge on Tuesday. Oh yeah, I brought up the sell window because I had to prep it. But then I realized I had extra money, so I just doubled down, lowered my cost average. If I didn't have extra money, I might have sold because there's no point taking the loss. Don't leave the planet on Tuesday. You'll come to the stream and there'll just be a sign. Sorry, on the moon. If we go up 100%, I'm going to just run the stream with a sign that just says, sorry, BRB on moon. And then just have the AMC price at the bottom. We'll have to put a Lambo dealership on the moon. I should start photoshopping that now. Should just be a picture of BRB, and then there's a moon with a Lambo dealership and chicken tendies. Yeah. Sorry. Yep. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it in like a scroll, a ye old scroll or note with a thumbtack like you see in every anime game. You got a note from your teacher, somehow pinned to the wall. And Taco Bell, yeah. Well, you gotta have that Baja brew. I don't know what it's called. Baja something. Maybe it's Baja do. Yeah, and everyone only speaks in emojis. Yep. sad face, rocket. I really don't know what Backstop's trying to say. Sad face, money, sad face, rocket, rocket, rocket. No, he's sad about rockets costing too much. Sad face, crying face. Oh no, it's getting worse. It's Baja Do. I don't know what it is. It's Baja Blast. Okay. I don't know what it is. I just know they have the Baja, and I'm like, why? You know, because they can. It's like, okay, it's not that good. Something about wanting homosexual relationships with a rocket ship and a bear. I no. I mean, I don't judge Backstop, but I mean, how are you gonna pull that off? Like, there's a bear and the metal on fur and. Baja, yeah. Well, because I'm not pronouncing it with the Creole or Louisiana-esque accent. I don't know which one's the Creole. I'm not French. Oh yeah, I can tell jokes without emotion for sure. Knock knock, who's there? Oh man. Deadpan is pretty good. I mean, I do enjoy pretty much everything Monty Python does, even if it's a little long in the tooth. But yeah, it's comedy is a defense mechanism for most Canadians. Indeed. He is an ex-parrot. No, he's just pining for the fjords. Yeah, when anybody asks me how I'm doing, I always just tell them I'm pining for the fjords. And if they ask you, what is it? How are you doing? And the other one is, wow, can't draw from memory. But yeah, there's another one. And then you can respond with something, what are you doing? And then it's living the dream. No, living a dream. Yeah, not the dream, a dream. Don't specify if the dream's good. Oh, just living a dream. Wait, yeah, a dream. See if they catch on. Yeah. Does this dream involve nightmare-like creatures? Yep. It's the dark and destructive hellscape that surrounds me every day. The Inferno of the Living. Yes, you may have heard of it. Yes, Southern Tennessee. Yeah, that's where I am right now. Yes. Or Baltimore at night. Say no more. They made an entire documentary called The Wire. That wasn't a documentary. Close enough. Oh my God, Baltimore. It is time for EOD. Baltimore's gotten a little bit better, but holy crap, for a time there. Woo. It's like friggin', I don't even know. I can't even describe how violent it was. Yep. Another day, another $1.50. And today I'm down $1,000. So not making any money today. But you don't lose money until you sell. Did I just put in the right one? I did. Okay, backstop is going for 48. Oh no, that's what he sold at. My name is 52. Okay, just scrolling up to get the other people. Freedom is 51. Okay. Jesus, do it right. Shaldale. Say it right. 5. Where is he? 5. The hell did he go? 5-1 there. 5175. Okay, and I got game stonks. That's the one I was looking for. 5334. 5334. Okay. Tom is 50 EOD. And 49.99. Okay. I think I got everyone. Yes. Now scrolling down to get the new people. And I only got one, TARDIS. Okay. TARDIS 5130. And Howard from the grave. Howard. 5270. Oh, actually, yes. I was like, I forgot Stacy. Yes, I did. The second somebody wrote 01, I'm like, shit, I forgot Stacy. I didn't even see who wrote it. I knew immediately. Yeah. Oh no, shit. Okay, hold on. Howard just got removed. Okay, now I can do Howard. Okay, you're in, Stacy. Can't juggle. There we go. Howard just had a sex change. He's now a Stacy. A Stacy Sue? I don't know how to say that last name properly. Sun Sue. Yeah, it's Sue. Stacy Sue. There we go. Or Howard McCaffrey. He can take that way. Whichever way he wants to go. Moving on up in the world. I don't know if a Stacy's a move up. I mean, pretty generic name. I mean, at least my name, if you took her name, like that's pretty unique. What's your name? My name. No, seriously. And 10 hours later. Ugh. Anyways, Stacy. Why would you put an E in there? Who spells Stacy with an E? Oh, Jennifer. Garbage. No offense to whoever's named Jennifer. But yeah, it's like let's see really other shitty name. Steve, Stan, everyone was named Mike, John, Jack, Jim, Joel. Oh my god. It's like every single kid. Oh, and when I went to college, everyone was Peter or Something with an R. Rob? Bobby? No, Bobby was unique. But holy crap, you throw a stick and it was 5 Mikes, 3 Peters. You're like, jeez. Throw a rock and hit somebody. $50-50. Okay, I'm still working on the names here. 51 is David. Got distracted. My cousin's name, Adrian. But now it's like everyone and their small dog is named Adrian. So I'm just going to pick, if I have a kid, I'm going to pick a name that's in the middle of Oblivion. Call him like Anubis, the Dark Lord. Herc. Rodriguez Martinez. Kelly. Just give him something. Ooh, Karen. Ooh, Kraken. There, I'll name the girl Kraken. Short form Karen. You're such a Karen. You mean a Kraken. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, I just did David. Uh, 50-50 is backstop. 51-10. 51-10. 5-1-10. And Holly. Liam. Yeah, that would do it. Although at least Liam's not super common, at least in Canada. At least you can get away with that. That's Holly, 51, 30. Oh, you want 30. Okay. I was like, why am I getting 3 numbers here? All right, 30. Okay. I think TARDIS already has 5130. Okay. Holly is 5129. No, Holly, I need a new number from you. Do you want 5129? Because 5130 is taken. That's all. Oh, perfect. Then I'll leave you where you are. Okay, good. Next one is 5220 is a whisper. Oh, welcome, new person whisper. That is a new name. Good to have some participation. Oh. Tom is the German. He's going to yawool our kinders. I'm like, I don't know any other words. Now where is, this is supposed to be Augie. Where's Augie? Augie is, Augie. Where's your price, Augie? I lost it. Oh, there it is. 52.15. Got it. Never mind. Okay, now Zeus's number. Zeus is Zeus. There he is, 5090. ZEUS. Okay, Holly corrected. German, Augie, perfect. I think we got everyone. Okay. You don't see your number up on the board, let me know. Your number should be in white. Here. Minus Holly, because I had to change her number to the new one. Bidding will stop at 15:30, and I'll get the finish line proper for Tom. Actually, that's somebody we haven't seen in a while is Belts. Belts hasn't been in here in a while to bitch about my microphone. Yeah, Werejar will come back from a mental health break eventually. My work here is done. My people need me. And he goes behind a Wendy's. He's helping what the fuck's his name? I've already forgotten his name. He's helping the one who should not be named strengthen his grip. The volume is spotty between 5,000 and well, not even 1,000 to 4,000, and then 5,000 to 15,000. The Zach, yep, that's where Belts is, helping him strengthen his grip behind the Wendy's. Really, Paulson? Huh. The one who should not be named, exactly. Fight Club. Well, Cedar's time to time AWOL. Werejar's out. Daryl's time to time. Yeah, we haven't seen Elon too. Elon's about as elusive as Cedar. Yeah. Who dropped in earlier? Was it Belts? Oh, is Zachy Paulson from Fight Club? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, I didn't notice. I miss Belts. Haven't seen him in a while. You want to be where, Larry? 51, 90. Okay. I was like, I don't remember Zach. Nice. And on the side of the ring, it just says AMC Moon. Baby, one of these days, pow, right to the moon. Are you advocating domestic abuse? No, the stock, pow. Oh, yeah. Elon's probably filthy rich. Well, that was like the other guy. We had that Jewish kind of sounding last name guy. And he basically, he's a multimillionaire now. He wrote it up from like 14 and he punched out like at 77. And he's like, I'm done. He had 120K when he started and he has way more than that now. Why am I looking for it? 5196 Larry. Got distracted. So for those that are new, we take end of day bets. And you can pick a number that's not in white anywhere, and I'll put you down. Oh, and GameStop's on vacation for the weekend. Me? No. Them? Maybe. They won't have time for little old me. They'll forget me. They'll forget our beginnings. They'll look back with fond memories. They'll be like, oh, that Justin guy in YouTube. What was I thinking? That's right, I wasn't. You never have enough money, right? There's always something you can buy. But then even at 10 mil, you probably won't call it quits. You'll just put your stocks on autopilot. Then you'll get bored. I mean, I'm not doing this for the cash. I'm doing it because it's fun. Now I got my life insurance. I can quit or life insurance. Fuck, I'm not dead. I got my medical insurance. I can quit at any time. But yeah, it's fun. Exactly. Yeah. At least I don't have to worry about having my accounts all spiffy. I can just be aggressive and sit it out. Well, if it's a bottomless 1 million, it's definitely enough to live off of because it never drains. You just keep pulling. A single dollar, if a dollar never ends, you could just go nuts, right? Yeah. Yeah, I could quit anytime, my name. I can stop eating tendies wrapped up in bacon ranch. I got control. Y'all got any of that bacon ranch? I'm now really curious what wine and vinegar is going to taste like. If that ever comes my way. Yep, TARDIS. That's what happens when you're good at this game. People riding your coattails. I got to figure out where I'm going to go. So where do you live, Cedra? And how can I get in touch with your children? Because that would be amazing. Yeah, I know a guy. Yeah. So make it look like an accident. Got it. Okay, he's going to be listening to the stream. Cut the gas line. Oh yeah, where am I going? Yeah, I'll just make it look like a meth accident. Oh, he didn't know his building was built on an old meth dump. And it blew up because of a match that someone threw. Done. Don't even have to cut the gas line. Oh, backstop. Did you get your covered calls this morning? Yeah, you can still change it. Yep. I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give myself... Oh, damn it. That's where I want to go. I was like right about here on this support line, and that's exactly where you want to go. Oh, you want 51. I want 50. Okay. I'm going to go here. JK. And now where's TARDIS? Okay. You want 5128. So you're going to go on the other side of them. There you go. So Holly originally wanted your spot, so I'm going to move her up. There you go. Yeah, I completely forgot about the covered calls. I was too busy watching it blow up. Yeah. I misread that to hornies. I was like, where is this conversation going? Oh, good. It was homies. The word you were looking for was homies. 5101. Where's your old number? I don't even think I have you in here, Marshall. So that's good. I wish to adjust, but you're not even in there. So 5101. You see how I played that off, Marshall? Played that off like a champ. Tried to guilt me. No guilt on this bandwagon. Well, good thing I had you in at 5001. Aw, yeah. Come here, money man. We'll get you on that diamond hand bandwagon soon enough, backstop. Yes, I'm very sneaky, sir. Very sneaky. Bonus points if you know where that's from. Look at that. We have trivia day here. Well, no one, huh? No one knows where that's from? Sad. There we go, Marshall. I knew you would know. I watched that in a drive-in theater, and the whole time I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Oh, yes. Sorry, Zeus. I was doing that and I got distracted. Got a lot of things going on here. I don't know what NAC Arca is. That like their lower end version? Yeah, it's their lower end version. Yeah, we got a sub-dollar stock. Company was $3 at peak, and that was early February. Currently $7. This is biomedical? No, it's miscellaneous. So what do these people do? Healthcare stocks. They're going to direct sales model for True Forma. So it's a diagnostics platform for veterinarians. So you'd have to deduce if their product was worth anything. So they were a sub whatever. They're now up basically 70% from where they started. They could potentially spike up on hype, but you'd have to weigh them out because they're selling a product. They're not making any money yet. They're not losing a lot of money either, though. That's pretty good. But I don't know anything about them. Oh, man, they're losing a ton of money in the first quarter, though. Oh, well, it's 4 times loss. But it's still pitiful. They're up 357% this year. They're rated a strong sell.
They're down 40% in the last 3 months. They operate a veterinarian health company that engages in discovery, development, and commercialization of pharmaceuticals for the companion pet. So standard bullshit. They use a Treeforma biosensor platform which diagnose complex conditions. It was formed in 2013 and it's in Minnesota, Ann Arbor. So yeah, you'd have to figure out if you think their thing is garbage or it's revolutionary. If it's revolutionary or not garbage, you might want to sink $1 or $2 in that. But as it stands, yeah, it doesn't look anything amazing. Unless you have some inside information that we should all know. I'll take insider information. Especially medical insider information. That's great stuff. Yeah, if he knows something, follow up. If he knows something like, you know, they're about to go to trials or, you know, it cures cat cancer. Oh no, that's not insider information. I'm hearing it from somebody that heard it from somebody. It's not my problem. The word on the street. It's if I listen to the original source. That's the problem. Yeah. Although I guess maybe telling someone to leak information might be illegal. Yeah, maybe that might be a problem. Okay, so bidding closes in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Got good participation. Stock is sideways with a case of meatballs. Yeah, we should do movie trivia, midday movie trivia. Maybe that's something we should start. Something to fill up the 12 to 1 o'clock. I'm going to spend some time this weekend and see if, like, because I'm a software programmer. And so you can do anything in OBS that involves a browser, but it also does transparency. So I can technically put a web page over the screen, which is what you see with the coffee thing here. It's a web page. And the same thing with that pop-up stuff when people subscribe or whatever. And so I could do the horse racing and I can do like trivia and have a bot that listens. And so you can write your answers in the chat and it would respond on the screen. Because that would make life so much better. The JRE. Oh, Joe Rogan. Yeah, this reason why people like Quentin. He's definitely a bit of a visionary. Yeah. Laughs and evil. Dr. OK likes his last minutes. Yeah. Yeah, Howard's got it. Yeah, and what else is there? What else does he... There's something else about him. Oh, he's really into directing for the art's sake. Oh, yeah, well, in his first movie, he had to. But he established himself early, like, look, let me do my art. And he just got lucky that people like what he's doing. Jeez, Doctor, okay. Well, I hope it goes right past you. And I hope you die a horrible death in a freak gasoline fight accident.
Yeah. I do like Jesus. I try, but every time I shouldn't. Shouldn't try to draw from memory. I should know this by now. Who is the guy that did? And I lost that too. Blade Runner. I love that guy. His stuff is all very much like I like. Well, the thing with sniping though, backstop, is you're taking the risk. Like, yeah, Ridley Scott. No, Ridley Scott. I really like his stuff. His composure, his setup, his layouts. Always liked his stuff. I'm not really big on directors. You know, I let a movie stand for what it is, but yeah, some directors are what they refer to as like artistes. Yeah. Yeah. That's the new one though, right? The old one was Ridley Scott, I believe. Oh, yeah, sorry. I missed that part, backstop. Yeah, no, definitely definitely there should be some bonus for calling it early, like a multiplier. So maybe multiply it by the amount of ticks left in the day. So if you call it like super early in the morning, then you get it like with a multiplier, right? Yeah, and then you lose your multiplier if you change it. And so there's benefit to calling it early and locking in. And I would agree with that. I want to do that as well. But it was too hard for me to do manually. But if we go robotic, then yeah, we could probably pull it off. I want to animate little horses running as well. I think I can pull it off. I just need access to a ticker feed, which I should be able to do, and then have the ticker feed with a bot. The bot puts things into an array, and then it just animates the horse race. And then I can even do like Mario Kart. So the old style Mario Kart. So when you screw up, it goes wee, 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 because I can just take a 2D and spin it. I can't change the I can't do the lines because the lines are a website in itself. So it'd have to detect, click, and change the lines. I wouldn't be able to do that. But what I could do is I could have it probably a macro that clicks on the screen, goes over here, clicks, draws the line, but it couldn't edit the line. These don't have handles for me to access them. I could probably get it to write the lines though. But I could do an overlay showing the standings. So if we just ditch the lines, we could have the standings and you know how many seconds they're behind, and it just moves them around. I can't change the color of the lines. I already told you this. No, can't. N'est pas. Yeah. I can do an overlay, but I can't interact with the screen that you're seeing. Those lines are drawn on a chart that I have no access to. Oh, actually, I could write maybe a strategy, and the strategy just draws a bunch of nonsensical lines. Oh, yeah, but it wouldn't be able to take input. Ah, fuck it. Okay, that would do the drawing, but it wouldn't take it couldn't do input. Damn, there was a thought there. Yeah, when I type them in, Well, you're a bit late, but I'll put you in nonetheless because you're in the middle of nowhere. So we close down the betting at 3:30 now. Oh, just for an example, okay. No, I can set the text color, but I can't change it on the fly. Where are you? So I can go here, and I can set the color, right? But I can't do that programmatically. That's what I'm saying. How am I going to change that on the fly as the stock is moving? I can't do it. Okay, then what would you like me to do? But what would the color coding be then? Oh, I see. Yeah, I could do and that's your brackets. Yeah, that wasn't the problem. The problem was inputting the names, and the other problem was showing who's winning at any given time. That's what we were trying to tackle. Yeah. I could always just write the time as well and then multiply the points against it, right? So whoever comes in first, second, and third, we award points. But I was just talking about automating it. Oh, no. Sniping is not a big deal. Oh, I mean, yeah. But he was talking about, Backstop, from what I read, was talking about trying to give points like we originally wanted for whoever guesses it the earliest. But the problem with that is then it's just like I got to do all this math all the time because I wanted to reward points to everyone. So if you participate, you get points, and then that encourages participation all the time, regardless if you win or lose. And then the further you guess out, so if you guess out really far, but you're kind of close, you could still end up with more points than somebody that nails it, right? And that was kind of the idea, is that closest to, but you're still winning as long as you guessed a mile away, right? So, anyways, that's what I wanted to try to head towards. I'm going to try this weekend. Yeah. Yeah. It's if I automate it, it'll be a lot better. Rainbow colors and throw in a couple of squirrels. Oh no, that's what I'll do. I'll just put everyone's name on a peanut, and whoever gets picked, it's like that squid. You're the winner. End of day winner. Oh, Tom just got chewed up. You're now nesting material. Stacy has 1. My name has 1. Holly has 1. And any other people? Any other ladies that I'm forgetting here? May's 1 twice. Yeah. Maggie. Oh yeah, Maggie G. Yes. I haven't seen her in a while. Maggie's been MIA. I should have a thing that records who's popped in, so I know who's been here. Yeah, most likely. Damn rich people. All right. Sounds good, Marshall. I always love it when it goes right down the middle where no one picked. Always good. Could have picked there, doctor. You could have picked there. And look at you. You had to ride my coattails. I get it. You wanted to be close to backstop, but not that close. Marshall's very lonely. Just ignore him. I'm so alone. Ah, damn. Who's in here? It's TARDIS, Holly, and David. Okay. Ugh. Elone. Is that going to be the new phrase for when you're so rich? I'm Elona. Oh. Nice. Did you just put your password, Dr. Overkill, into the chat? God, thanks for your PIN number. Yeah, you're referencing the Sherlock Holmes with his daughter, Alona. Well done, Marshall. You win the Creativity Award of a rock. Moving on. Yep. Sister. Sure, yes. Right, not daughter. Hidden sister. Oh, we're getting a yas. Yeah. Speaking of that, The Irregulars wasn't too bad, even though it got canceled. Definitely a neat play on pantomiming grief. It was pretty smart. Oh, nice. Well, Dr. Overkill has aggressive tendencies. Oh, you don't like yas? That's why I brought it up. It's just it's quality. Just like what was it when girls have a girls' night and they say woo girls? Yeah, that's it. Woo. Everything's woo. It's like, oh god. I'm sure my name probably gets out the 12 gauge. Just give me a minute. I got to put somebody down. Which one ordered you the double odd buck? All of you? Okay. Excellent. Well, there you go. That works. Against an unarmored target. Good as it needs to be. Yeah, you don't want a scatter gun when you're in a crowded environment. I mean, when has the bartender with the shotgun ever won in any movie? Very rarely. Wow, you're also living in America, so you can have whatever you want. I'd be definitely rocking a 40 caliber USP compact if I was living in the States. That is my pistol of choice. Beautiful gun. plus unarmored targets, you hit them with 40 or higher, they're not walking away, even if you miss. So, not many good follow-up shots, but oof. California bans 40 calibers? Oh, bans firearms, probably. It's California. Just cross the border. Oh, man. Water guns are no fun. Sending rounds downwind. Downrange. So good. So good. Oh, Marshall. I'm gonna wait for the day my name gets a single shot 50 BMG hand cannon. Here, let me just mount this to the table. Your first and last shot goes through the door, the car, the house next door. Oh no, 9 mils are perfect. They're beautiful, balanced round, 9mm parabellum. Because you're not firing a 9mm, what, I don't know, Smith & Wesson, Magnum. It'd be a parabellum. Well, shotguns without choke are widespread. Shotguns with choke are death machines. They don't have any spread. And shotguns with slugs are unbelievably powerful. It's like firing a small tank round. Squirrel shooting minigun. Awesome. 22 rifle is fine if you're doing rifles. Yeah, I like some of the what is it called? The some of Ruger's composite, like all plastic scout rifles. Absolutely great. Incredible accuracy, simple, lightweight design. Like, you don't need a fucking 700-pound M60 when you really need to just put like 3 rounds into something, right? So it's great. Ultralights are great. They're just not amazing for, putting 100 rounds downwind in a 6-hour firefight in Nam, you know? Yeah, Ruger makes some. Oh, yeah, the Ruger Mini 14. Oh, my God. That is a good one, too. A little dated now, but essentially the M1 carbine on steroids. Yeah. Yeah. I love the M14 EBR. That's a great gun. But that's generally like my play style is medium to long range. And then close quarters, you just switch it to auto, point at their feet, hold the trigger, and the M14 does its job. Yeah. Who's going to be the next president? Oh, Gavin Newsom. Oh, Nancy Pelosi. I see. Yes, your slanderous words. I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. But yeah, yeah, American politics, good times. But firearms,
good stuff. At least no one here is a diehard AK fan. AKs are good and all, but they're not great. So okay, so what do we got left? 8 minutes. Eight minutes, and then this show comes to a roll. .40 Smith and Weston, yeah. Now, is that a 40 Smith and Weston? Is that a full size Magnum cartridge? uh, does it look like an M16, or does it look like something that you would see a terrorist air quote using? There's your difference. Or a bad guy gun, I guess, is AK because of the Russians. CZ is Czechoslovakia, isn't it? And now it's CZ. It was Czech. And who are they now? Or is Czechoslovakia still around? No, I think they're gone. No, they're... Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know some of the Czech Republic. That's what they're now. Yep. I was like, I think they're still there, but I know the names wrong. Yep. Yeah, they're the same people that do Arma. Everything's CZ, everything. 40 Smith & Wesson is a rimless pistol round. It's also, yeah, it's a child of the 10mm auto. It was built because in the Miami shootout in 1986, they probably found out their weapons sucked because they wanted to get rid of the revolver because revolvers are stupid. So they started with a 38 Special P, which is like a Magnum round. And then they brought her down. Oh, squirrel fight outside my window. Yeah. So basically the 10mm auto was too strong, so they brought it down. Yeah, which is basically what the 40 mil is anyways. I believe the USB compact actually fires the 40 SW. Well, it fires the 40 ASP, I think. 40 ACP? No. USB compact. It's been a while. So it fires full size 357 SIG. Yeah, it fires the 40 SW. Ah, yeah, that's a beautiful pistol round. Yeah. Yeah, because the 10mm auto is a little too big, and the 9mm is just a little too small. And then the 357's just about perfect, but you have to put a lot of power behind it. The 357 SIG is pimp death machine. The perfect size between penetration and stopping power. Also built off the 10mm auto. Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that bad boy right there. Okay. Oh, we're gonna get a winner here, aren't we? Here, this is peak America, peak tactical. So now we're between David, Holly, and TARDIS, and it's running off to Barry. We're in the last 3 minutes. But yeah, that's my favorite pistol. Won't break, and it will put a hole in anything. Full size is good, but oh, Barry. Barry's, I think, working right now. Oh, no, he's here. Barry still knows the Tommy gun. How old are you, Barry? Barry was born in the Great Depression. Man, we came a long way from the rifles in World War I. Wait, how old are you, Barry? Well, I remember when we were firing muskets against the Martha Confederacy and putting down the riots in the East Indian Trading Company. Yeah, no, it's all good. There's a little bit of delay. I thought you were off working, but yeah, it just blew right by you. So now we're coming up on Larry. Oh man, we got 2 minutes left and we're still pushing. I would like to subscribe to this story. Yeah. Plus, when you're fighting unarmored targets, a larger round is perfect. Using a 45 caliber against body armor is stupid. Because you have to put so much velocity behind it to get through the Kevlar. But if he's unarmored, man, you're just throwing rocks at him. Yeah. You've now subscribed to Cat Facts. All right, what's the first fact? Okay, hold on. Let me call the bot. There we go. Okay, runner up. Looks like it's a tie between FOC and Larry. Sudden sell-off. We got 40 seconds left. That's not English. Okay, last 30 seconds. Correct response. Oh, Larry's taking a steal. Last second, Larry just pulled out in front. Oh, shit, TARDIS. TARDIS clenched it. Final price is $51.96. $51.96. Where is that? That is Larry on the dot. Okay, we'll have to go to photo finish. I got $51.96 here. Let's go. Yeah, I'm looking at TD. Yeah, $51.96. Let's see here. $52.01. Ooh. $52.01. I guess we got to go with $52.01. 52 on Webull. Yeah, okay. 3 up is 9. So Trent wins by 1 point. All right, we're going to give it to Trent if that sounds right. Yeah, since photo, 2 of them say 52.01, 52 on Webull, and 51.96 on TD. So, oh, Schwab and Fidelity all say 96. Okay, hold on. Who are we giving it to then? Are we giving it to Larry or Trent? All the professional tools say 96, and all the non-professional tools say Trent won it. What are we doing here?
Let's take a vote. I hate this. Oh, you know what? We can call it a tie. A rap battle. Let's do it. Let's award winnership to 2 people. We can do that. All right. Congrats, Trent and Larry. With a little more congrats to Larry, I guess. Nope. They both win. Dealer's choice. Done. They're both winners. Nope. It's good. We settled it. There we go. They both win. All right. See you guys all Monday or on the Discord. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. You survived another day of Justin Does Stocks and other things good too. I will see you Tuesday because Monday is a holiday for the Americans. I'll probably be streaming Canadian stocks then, I guess. Or maybe I'll just take the day off because you all smell funny. I don't know. All right. We'll see. See ya. Enjoy your holidays. Yep. You've been working too hard. All right.